Hi, sorry about that. Welcome to this virtual meeting of the Council. Before we begin today's business, I feel it only right that we take a moment to reflect on the impact of the coronavirus pandemic across our district. Our lives have changed immeasurably over the recent months, and our thoughts and sympathies are with those who've lost family and friends during this time. I would ask members, officers, and those watching our live stream to join me in a 1-minute silence to remember those we have lost during this period. And we will also remember in this time our ex-colleague, Terence Curran, who served our council from 2011 to 2015. In that time, Terence represented the Stonhams as ward councillor and sat on many committees, including planning control and scrutiny. Our thoughts are with his family at this very difficult time. Thank you. May I first remind us all of some domestic arrangements. Please make sure that microphones are muted when you're not speaking. That you do not interrupt other speakers. Please, members are reminded not to use the messaging chat function during the meeting unless it is to report a pecuniary, non-pecuniary interest or to notify the chair that you wish to make a proposal or to leave the chamber. That if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, that you may be asked to leave. Additionally, if you would like to speak, please can you use the raised hand on Teams, and then you will be invited to speak and ask questions by the chair, but please await your turn. If members lose connection to the meeting, that they must contact the member support officer, Mandy Smith, ASAP. And as this is a virtual meeting, you need not stand to address the chair. I would like to remind everyone that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you have deemed by the council to have consented to being filmed. By entering this meeting, you are also consented to being filmed by the council as the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The council, members of the public and press may record, film or photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. Can I move to the agenda, please? Agenda item number 1, apologies for absence.
None received, Chair.
I now ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Office to take a roll call.
Okay, councillors, please can you reply present when I call out your name? Councillor Morrison.
Present.
Councillor Brewster.
Present.
Councillor Byrne.
Present.
Councillor Carter.
Present.
Councillor Caston.
Present.
Councillor Eburn.
Present.
Councillor Epignon. I think you're on mute, Councillor Epignon. But I can see you, so that's fine. Councillor Field.
Present.
Councillor Flatman.
Present.
Councillor Fleming.
Present.
Councillor Geek.
Present.
Councillor Gould.
Present.
Councillor Guthrie.
Present.
Councillor Haddingham.
Present.
Councillor Hicks.
Present.
Councillor Humphreys. I can see Councillor Humphreys, that's fine. Councillor Mansell.
Present.
Councillor Mattison. Yeah, I can see you as well. Councillor Mellon.
Present.
Councillor Mayer.
Present.
Councillor Morley.
Present.
Councillor Muller.
Present.
Councillor Norris.
seen him.
Yeah, I can see
See
you.
him.
Sorry.
Councillor Alton,
Present.
Councillor Passmore,
Present.
Councillor Phillips,
Present.
Councillor Pratt,
Present.
Councillor Richardson,
Present.
Councillor Scarf,
Present.
Councillor Stringer,
Present.
Councillor Turner,
Present.
Councillor Warboys,
Present.
Councillor Wellham,
Present.
Councillor Whitehead.
Present.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 2, declaration of interest by councillors. We've already noted the following local non-pecuniary interests for councillors appointed to the council's companies. That's Councillor Rick Mayer, who's the director of Sifco Capital Limited, Councillors Brewster, Epignon, Gould and Meyer, who are Mid-Suffolk Suffolk Holdings Limited. Is there any further declarations of interest? Okay, cool. Item number 3, MC/19/44, to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 27th of February 2020 for accuracy only. Are there any issues with accuracy? Councillor Mansell? Councillor Mansell? Councillor Mansell, you're on mute.
It's being slow. Sorry, it was unmuted and then it muted again. I did
Any
send an
issues with
email
accuracy?
earlier in the week about the minutes. I need to just find the email to remember what page numbers they were. Sorry. Right. On page 19, I had a supplementary question which referred to the joint local plan. It's listed in the minutes as the neighbourhood plan.
Okay, was that the only one?
Well, the other things were a couple of typos, which hopefully got picked up.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. We will make sure that those are put into the amended minutes.
Thank you.
Councillor Field, do you have something extra to add?
Yes, just a couple of fairly minor points. On page 22, paragraph 9214, it says the council should replace the housing stock through the right to buy scheme. I think it should say the stock sold through the right to buy scheme. And the sentence below that, it says ensure that modern standardised houses were built. I think the intention was it should be modern standard houses. It shouldn't be all the same. Then on page 30, there's a thing that talks about, it's the paragraph about above 9313, so it must be 9312. Sorry, I can't see it on Monk.gov. It says council put up rents by CPI plus 1%, and it should say it and had assured councillors that clients would receive. It's the council doing the assuring, not the government. So do you want me to repeat that, or are you happy?
No, that's fine. That's fine, Councillor. We will note those amendments in the minutes.
Thank you.
So could I have a proposer for those minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to propose.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Office to take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, please can you reply for, against or abstain? Councillor Morrison?
For.
Councillor Brewster?
For.
Councillor Byrne?
For.
Councillor Carter?
For.
Councillor Caston?
For.
Councillor Eburn?
For.
Councillor Epignon?
For.
Councillor Field?
For.
Councillor Flatman?
For.
Councillor Fleming?
For.
Councillor Geek?
For.
Councillor Gould?
For.
Councillor Guthrie?
For.
Councillor Haddingham? For. Councillor Hicks?
For.
Councillor Humphreys?
For.
Councillor Mansell?
4.
Councillor Mattison?
I lip read, he said 4.
4, okay. Councillor Mayor?
4.
Councillor Morley?
4.
Councillor Muller?
4.
Councillor Norris?
4.
Councillor Otten?
4.
Councillor Passmore?
4.
Councillor Phillips?
4.
Councillor Pratt?
4.
Councillor Richardson?
4.
Councillor Scarf?
4.
Councillor Stringer?
4.
Turner?
4.
Councillor Warboys?
4.
Councillor Wellham?
4.
Councillor Whitehead?
4.
Councillor Mellon, did you say 4?
I didn't get asked, but I am 4. Yes.
Sorry, I do apologise. And Councillor Mattison, you were 4 as well. I did lip read what you said, but I think you were on mute at the time. Thank you. Okay. Chair,
Okay, the minutes of the meeting will have been confirmed or be signed at the next practical opportunity. Agenda item number 4, MC/19/45, the Chairman's announcements. I refer you to that paper to be noted. Item number 5, Leaders' announcements. I would like to invite Councillor Morley to present her update.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to begin today by taking a moment to reflect on the effect that the coronavirus pandemic has had on our lives and on our district. Our world has changed dramatically in the course of just a few months, and we have had to adapt quickly in order to support our residents and communities. The virus has affected us all, leaving an indelible gap for those who have lost friends and family. Our thoughts and sympathies are with everyone who has lost loved ones during this time. I doubt that any of us could have accurately predicted the events of recent months or the role that we would come to play and continue to play in supporting our residents, communities and businesses through lockdown and beyond. I would like to take a moment to thank my fellow councillors who, regardless of political persuasion, have united to support our towns, parishes and communities through this crisis. I would also like to pay tribute to our council officers working long hours on the front line or behind the scenes to support those most in need and to keep our services running for residents. And I would like to recognise the resilience of our amazing communities, whose rallying efforts have truly demonstrated why Mid-Suffolk is a place I am proud to call home. Together, we have protected the most vulnerable members of our communities. Together, we have supported our business and economy. And together, we have kept essential services running safely throughout. The ways in which we have supported the district are too varied to list in full, but to give just a few headlines. Our council has provided community groups across Mid-Suffolk with more than £91,000 in financial support in order to help them to help others, including over £16,000 for the district's food banks. The Home But Not Alone helpline, manned by redeployed council officers to provide 7-day-a-week support through the height of the crisis, has taken almost 1,000 calls from people in need of food, medical supplies or advice. To date, we have helped more than 1,700 businesses across Mid-Suffolk access more than £19 million in funding through the Small Business Rates Relief Grant, Retail, Hospitality and Leisure Grant and discretionary grants. And we continue to work with partners across our districts to get our high streets reopened and trading safely. Emergency temporary accommodation has been found for all rough sleepers or those at risk of homelessness, with support in place to avoid them returning to the streets in future. Meanwhile, our waste teams have kept household and recycling collections going for the duration, despite increased demand during lockdown. Although temporarily suspended, garden waste collections are now back up and running as well. Essential repairs and safety checks in our council houses have continued, keeping our tenants safe. Our public realm has continued to ensure our facilities are maintained and safe to use in line with government guidelines. and our environmental health, enforcement, building control and emergency planning teams continue to keep our residents safe. All of this has been achieved at pace by officers who have found themselves redeployed into new roles or working remotely from their kitchen tables whilst homeschooling their children and juggling the same fears and challenges as those they have been working tirelessly to help. This council meeting itself is, of course, another example of how we have all had to get used to new ways of working, with virtual meetings held publicly via live streams to ensure democracy continues to be open and transparent. I'm sure that during our emergency response, there will have been things that could have been done differently. There was no tried and tested solution that we could simply take off the shelf, and we needed to work quickly to meet unprecedented requirements. But I defy anyone to say that our councillors and officers have not given their all to support our communities when they needed us most. As we now transition from the response phase to recovery, our challenge is to build on the lessons we have learnt from this experience and to continue to work together to find ways to help Mid-Suffolk safely recover and emerge from this crisis stronger and more resilient than ever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item number 6, to receive notifications of petitions in accordance with council.
None received, Chair. We're just having a problem with the screen. It will come back in a minute. The chair has just lost her screen, so a few seconds.
I haven't got the right background. Hang on one second, bear with. Oh, for goodness sake. Right, so we're back. Where are we? Is that number 6? Were we on? Is that what we're on? Sorry, number 7. Right, can people hear me? Right, agenda item number 7, questions by the public in accordance with the council procedure rules.
None received, Chair.
Item number 8, questions by councillors in accordance with council procedure rules.
None received, Chair.
Number 9, MC/19/46, Overview and Scrutiny Committee Annual Report. I would like to invite Councillor Wellham to introduce his report.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to present my annual report as Chair of Mid-Suffolk Overview and Scrutiny Committee. This can be found on pages 43 to 71 of the agenda papers. Our 2021 work plan was our 2019-2020 work plan was made up of a varied range of topics to scrutinise, but our work was disrupted first by the general election and, just as we were getting back into a routine, by the COVID-19 viral pandemic. From mid-March, all meetings were cancelled until suitable arrangements for virtual meetings could be made. Most of the meetings during the year have been joint meetings with Babergh Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Alistair McCraw, Chair of Babergh Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and I have alternated chairing the meetings. Our agendas have included pre-scrutiny of items prior to Cabinet or Council decisions, scrutiny of topics selected by the committee or requested by Council, presentation of important matters by senior officers and witnesses from outside the two authorities, and information bulletins requested by the committee. The Joint Committee set up a task and finish group to work with members and officers from other Suffolk authorities to scrutinise the work of Citizens' Advice and provide recommendations to the scrutiny committees of the authorities taking part. The work was particularly helpful in providing a better understanding of the breadth of work covered by Citizens' Advice, as well as the pressures they are under and how they are funded. Throughout the year, the committee has acted as a critical friend to officers by working with them to investigate improvements to service delivery. We have also continued to add value to the Council's decision-making process. I would like to thank Henriette Holloway, Senior Governance Support Officer, Committee Services, and Jan Robinson, Corporate Manager, Democratic Services, for their input and support throughout the year. Also Keith Scarf, who has been Committee Vice Chair throughout the year. I'm grateful to members of the committee for their commitment and to officers for providing clear and concise responses to requests for information and excellent reports to the committee. Thanks to Alistair McCraw, Chair of Babergh Overview and Scrutiny, his Vice Chair Adrian Osborne, and members of that committee for working collaboratively with the Mid-Suffolk Committee. We have produced a draft work plan for 2020-21, which is included in the annual report. However, I'm confident that monthly meetings from now through to April 2021 will enable scrutiny of topics delayed from spring 2020 to be completed. Other issues will be incorporated into the work plan, and this will be presented to Council in September. I'd like to move the recommendation but amend the date. So I propose that the Mid-Suffolk Overview and Scrutiny Committee's annual report for 2019-20 be noted, and I look for a seconder.
Hang on. Do we have a seconder?
Chair, I would like to second, if I may.
Thank you very much. I see we have a couple of questions for you, Councillor Wellham. We'll start with Councillor Otten. Councillor Otten, I think you're muted.
So I am, beg your pardon. Yeah, it's an excellent report. I just would like to refer to your page 59, and I realise obviously that this report was obviously done way in advance of the pandemic. On the issue about universal credit, obviously you've resolved in this report that no further information relating to universal credit or rent arrears, but I think you will agree with me that as a result of the coronavirus, there are going to be numerous numbers of people that are going to be needing to apply for universal credit and may well be having a problem with their rent arrears. So I'm just asking, Chairman, that you will look at that in the future. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. I'm happy to commit to that.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for that report, Councillor Wellham. I wanted to ask a question with regards to the Citizens Advice Bureau. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to that particular committee, and I noted that you had recommended that CAB was received funding for a 3-year period, which I understand it has. But I've also understood that the CAB had wanted to get an increase on its funding from Mid-Suffolk. And I just wondered whether that was covered and whether that was something that had been asked of officers at the council. Thank you, Chair.
Certainly, this was mooted with the cabinet member, and it was left in her hands. I think that the view of the cabinet member was that it would be looked at on a year-by-year basis.
Are there any other questions for Councillor Wellham? Okay, thanks so much. Councillor Wellham, do you have anything else to add?
No, thank you very much.
So thank you. That report was for noting only. Moving on to agenda item number 10, MC 19/47, decisions taken by the Chief Executive during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown period under delegated powers in accordance with Part 2 of the Constitution. I would like to invite the monitoring officer to introduce the report, which is for noting.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to present the schedule of decisions taken by the Chief Executive under his delegation to act out of meeting. The decisions were predominantly taken in April during the first few weeks of the COVID-19 lockdown to assist with the Council's emergency response to the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 11, MC 19/48. Special urgent key decisions exempt from call-in taken by the Cabinet Member for Economic Growth during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown period under delegated powers in accordance with Part 1 of the Constitution. I would like to invite Councillor Morley to introduce the report, which is for noting.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to report to the Council that on the 20th of May 2020, I granted delegated authority to the Cabinet Member for Economic Growth to agree the discretionary business grants policy using the powers given to me as Leader of the Council by Article 6 of the Constitution. The delegation was given on the grounds of urgency as the Council was required to quickly agree a discretionary grant scheme and award those grants rapidly to support local businesses through the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm pleased to report to the Council that we have assisted 50 businesses with over £240,000 worth of funding since this scheme was agreed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, agenda item number 12, to report back on Council motion on climate change. I would like to invite Councillor Fleming to update members on the actions taken by the Cabinet regarding the climate change motion agreed at Council on the 25th of July 2019. This item is for noting only.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members, and
Sorry, Chair.
I've just noticed. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, Councillor Eburn. I've just seen. Is there something you'd like to say to Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Chair. No, I just had a question on the item 11, because in the report it refers to Part 3 and also Part 1, and so I wasn't quite clear in the Constitution that starts off referring to one part and then the recommendation refers to a second part. So I just wondered if the monitoring officer could clarify actually which part it is. Thank you, Chair.
Emily, are you able to assist?
Sorry, councillors, there was a slight delay there with my unmuting. Yes, I can assist, Chair. Section 1, well, actually, Part 1 of the Constitution, the Articles, it talks about the Cabinet arrangements, and that's where the delegation that the leader is able to give to other Cabinet members is held. So that's where Part 1 comes in. To the decision making, and then Part 3 is the general scheme of delegations, which talks about acting out of meetings. So both of those parts of the Constitution have to be read together to get the complete delegation to a single Cabinet member. It does make sense when you're working with the Constitution all the time, even though it sounds rather long-winded. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
So item number 12, to report back on Council motion on climate change. I would like to invite Councillor Fleming to update members on the actions taken by Cabinet regarding the climate change motion agreed at Council on 25th of July 2019. This item is for noting only. Councillor Fleming.
Well, thank you again very much, Chairman, members and members of the public. On behalf of our Cabinet, I'm delighted to report to this Council on actions taken by Cabinet regarding the climate change motion that was agreed on the 25th of July 2019. On the 11th of July this year, Cabinet unanimously approved a carbon reduction management plan, which is the product of 9 months of work by a joint cross-party climate change task force, supported very ably by our Mid-Suffolk and Babergh Council officers. The Cabinet decision took place at a simultaneous meeting of both Babergh and Mid-Suffolk Cabinets, at which both approved the same management plan. And we intend to work closely with Babergh, as well as other local authorities in Suffolk, to take this forward. This plan is not an end goal in itself. It is the beginning of a path to a better decision-making and governance process, which will raise the profile and importance of the environment and our place within it. This is, I believe, what most people in this district want. And it's what most people in Suffolk and the nation want as well. The management plan can be viewed through a link in the council agenda. And I urge anyone, councillors, public alike, who may be listening to this meeting, to have a look at it. The Cabinet's focus will now move to acting upon the initiatives within this plan. And I look forward to the continued involvement and support of the task force members and all elected councillors as we embark upon this work together. Finally, on behalf of task force members, I would like to thank our officers and all those who have supported the group. Particularly, I would like to mention Cassandra Clements for all the hard work and forbearance that she has put into this project. That is what I would like to say about it. That is my statement. So thank you. Have we all frozen, or what's happening?
Chair, the chair is having trouble to unmuting herself, so she'll be with you in a few seconds.
Okay.
Hang on. Right, okay, thanks. Sorry about that, gang. Right, thank you, Councillor Fleming. We'll move to item number 13, MC/19/49, the Local Development Scheme Update. I would like to invite Councillor Byrne to introduce this paper and to move to the recommendation in the report. Could I have a seconder? Sorry, no, that's wrong. We'll wait for Councillor Byrne.
You want me to go now?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. The local development, which I'm going to refer to as the LDS for the rest of this introduction, is a document that councils are legally required to prepare and maintain, and which shows the local planning authority's work programme for the preparation of development plan documents. What is before you today is a joint local development scheme for both Babergh and Mid-Suffolk District Councils, which sets out the proposed timetable for the joint local plan, which I will refer to as the JLP from now on, and the review of the community infrastructure levy charging schedules. As you know, we published the new JLP preferred options for consultation last summer, and the responses have been collated, analysed and considered by the member working group. We are now in a period where further work is being done, as outlined in paragraph 1.4, to take us to the next stage and submission. Whilst the LDS identifies a broad timescale by season, you will see at paragraph 4.2 of the Council report that Council meetings are proposed for November 2020, followed by a statutory minimum 6-week public consultation before submission of the joint local plan to the Secretary of State in winter 2021 for an examination in public. These are statutory periods in the production of the new JLP, which cannot be shortened, but I and my colleagues on the Joint Local Plan Programme Board have done everything we can to ensure the new local plan will be delivered as soon as possible, including encouraging officers to draw on extra resource when necessary. The LDS timetable is tight, but achievable subject to the necessary caveat in paragraph 1.5. I recommend, therefore, that this LDS is agreed and brought into effect from the 31st of July 2020, and I look for a seconder. Thank you.
Happy to second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guthrie. Can I just ask members that if you're not speaking, that you turn your cameras off along with your microphone, and then when you do speak, to put both your camera and your microphone on. We will now move to questions and debate. Councillors may ask as many questions as they wish. However, they must be relevant to the subject under discussion, and they must be a question. When we get to the debate element, councillors will only be allowed to speak once for 3 minutes, and this will be timed. Who would like to start? I see Rachel Eburn's got her hand up. Councillor Pratt, can you turn your camera off, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got 2 questions, if I may. One is with regards to the numbers within this whole timing. Do we have enough time in place? Firstly, if the housing delivery numbers change, which doubtless they have done over the period of COVID, and if population numbers change. And secondly, we've got some new strategies coming into play, which includes climate change ones and health and well-being. So do we have enough time within this timetable to incorporate those? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Eban. There are various unknowns, as you will have seen in paragraph 1.5, that we have to assume will not add to the timetable that we have projected. Some of these things are quite out of our hands. The government's revisions of the planning process, the housing numbers, etc. If they choose to make changes to that extent, to any marked extent, they may well add time to how we can deal with them. They may not. We're well poised to handle most of the things, or many of the things that I think we're going to have to anticipate. Other than that, I don't know whether I can give you any further reassurances. I don't know whether any of my colleagues, I think we have 1 or 2 officers attending, but unless you're particularly unhappy with that response, I won't bother them at this stage.
Thank you.
Councillor Stringer, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've almost lost count, actually, of the amount of documents I've seen like this that put forward yet another timetable. I remember asking Councillor Wybrow 3 years ago, if not longer, what the timetable was, and he guaranteed me that by 2020 we would have a joint local plan done and dusted. And I've now seen yet another timetable suggesting it's not going to be until 2022 when this thing gets finished. So I thought we were using lockdown as an opportunity to actually speed this process up, because I certainly was one that attended hours and hours of meetings early in lockdown where I thought we'd thrashed an awful lot of this out. So I would actually quite like an explanation as to why we now see a longer timetable than we had 4 months ago.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. The timetable we had 4 months ago, at that time, was out of date. This is the update to that timetable. Councillor Wybrow's promise, if it was a promise to you 3 years ago, was no doubt sincere, but various things have happened since then that have forced us to have to rethink that schedule, and the work involved in accommodating various changes along the way and various interruptions to the process has has resulted in this extension. We had changes to the National Planning Policy Framework in 2018. We had changes to housing numbers, and we're probably going to have changes again to housing numbers. We had the council zone elections in 2019 and the snap general election in late 2019. All of these contributed to a longer timescale than we envisaged when the previous LDS was published in July 2018. That's my short answer. You and I could no doubt have a longer discussion on this subject, but I prefer to do that after the meeting.
Councillor Byrne, you've managed to switch your camera around. We've got a great shot of some kitchen roll and some rubbish on the table next to you.
Oh yes, that's my hay fever equipment.
Councillor Wellham, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. When will ward members be given an opportunity to see what changes, if any, have been made which will specifically affect their wards? For instance, changes to the allocations map.
Well, that is outside the scope of the LDS, so it's not a relevant question to this meeting. It's not an irrelevant question, but I can't answer it because it's related to the JLP and not to the LDS. We'll be getting the Councillor Wellham, and again, talk to me outside the meeting, and I'll see if I can enlighten you a little better.
Councillor Pratt? Oh, you've just gone. Councillor Field? Sorry, Councillor Pratt, do you want to ask a question or no?
I think it may not be relevant. It does follow on a bit on what Councillor Wellham has just asked, so I will reserve my question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Field?
Thank you. It was just returning to the issue of the schedule. It's a matter of management to be able to judge the time that your delays are likely to occur. And we're all aware, those of us who read newspapers, that the government is intent at the moment on changing the planning system in a way that will accelerate progress. So I'll just return to really question you again. Is this a realistic timescale? We have had a large number of them.
Well, yes, I believe it's a realistic timetable, Councillor Field. The changes the government's likely to make to accelerate the process is not going to affect the process of the preparation of the joint local plan, and nor can we mirror that necessarily that speed improvement that the government is aiming for. We still have work to do, and as the LDS clearly shows, that there is that caveat that certain things have got to go reasonably well for us if we're to keep that schedule. But I sincerely believe that we can. We have some legal advice to take on one or two issues that may or may not affect the work that we have to do, may add to it, or it may say, no, we've done sufficient. So these are imponderables. We're taking our best guess. We're looking at risk. We're looking at all the various factors that we can, and these are the dates, or these are the periods that I think we can sincerely give to you today.
Sorry, Councillor Wellham, could you turn your camera off, please? Councillor Otten, you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm sorry, Councillor Byrne, but I'm not convinced. In fact, I don't really think you answered Councillor Eburn's question, because on page 95 of your report, it clearly says that we will work with other council strategies, and surely the climate change strategy has got to be integrated within this document for it to go out for public consultation. So I'm really unclear about how you intend to fit that in. And in fact, at page 84, under environmental implications, it clearly states that an appropriate assessment will accompany the joint local plan on a strategic environment assessment incorporating sustainability appraisal. So I really feel that we must ensure that what we have committed to with the climate change decision work is integrated within this document.
Fine, thank you very much, Councillor Orton. At this stage, I disagree with you that it's a question that is relevant to the LDS, but we are accommodating a lot of the climate change strategy already into the joint local plan. I think it would be useful to ask our Assistant Director for Growth if he could add anything to that to reassure you that the climate change strategy is being considered and will continue to be considered without it necessarily affecting the timetable. Tom, would you like to say a word or two on that one to reassure Professor Orton, Councillor Orton?
Yeah, if I can provide some reassurance, officers and members clearly work closely with the Climate Change Task Force. We attended a number of those meetings and continued to ensure that we were working kind of hand in glove, I suppose, with the team that were preparing the action plan, so that the action plan that was approved by cabinets recently doesn't compromise the joint local plan. We've gone as far as we feel able to in terms of pushing environmental measures within the joint local plan, within the context of the planning system that provides the rules within which we have to operate. So the joint local plan as it emerges is reflecting and recognising all of the commitments that the council has made towards addressing climate change measures. Some of those things will have to be added in terms of detail once the new joint local plan is adopted and we look at supplementary planning documents and other things like that. But we did work closely with the task force so that there wasn't anything suggested within that couldn't be achieved through the planning system, so that it was realistic and achievable. And just to pick up the other point about emerging strategies, at some point, I guess you have to submit to an examiner and you have to continue to take every step between where we are now and when we get to the point of submission, and we have to try and absorb as much information as is readily available from the council's adopted strategies and ensure that the local plan that is submitted for examination reflects the corporate approach of the councils. So we will endeavour to ensure that happens.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, do you have a question now?
Yes, I do, and I think I've changed my mind. I think it is indeed relevant based on what we've just heard. As you all know, the biodiversity task group is now underway and is meeting every 3 weeks, and planning is one of the topics that's going to be discussed before September, I believe. What I wanted to know was, would there now, within this time frame, would there be time to debate planning principles, for example, biodiversity net gain, and would there be time to incorporate, if it was felt needed, would we be able to incorporate such measures within the JLP before it's adopted?
Thank you, Councillor Pratt. I'm aware that recently you have been you've been in email contact with Philip Isbell, and he copied me into that. And you have suggested that you and I meet, perhaps, or I come and attend one of your meetings, so that we can talk about this outside this meeting and at much greater length. It depends on the extent, clearly, as to whether any further work that is relevant to the creation of the JLP can be accommodated without extending this timetable. As I said, paragraph 1.5 does expect that certain things are going to go well, and that various things are not going to come up and trip us up along the way. I'm very interested to talk to you about your biodiversity net gain, and I'm very interested to see to what extent the planning system can assist in that. But without knowing more what you have in mind, I don't think I'm in a position to say now what extent it is likely to change that timetable. Let's have that conversation next week and see where we can take this.
Councillor Fleming, you have a question?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment.
Shall we wait for the debate?
Questions? Are we debating this item?
We are debating this item, but if there's no more questions, then we can move into the debate. Is there any more questions? Okay, well then we'll move into debate. So Councillor Fleming, you may speak. Now everyone only has 3 minutes and they're only allowed to speak once in the debate. Councillor Eburn, do you have a question before we move into the debate?
I thought you were moving to debate, so I'm just preparing my hand in.
I see. Okay, right. Okay. Councillor Fleming, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to say, and I'll be very brief, that a local development scheme is a timetable for producing planning documents that will make up the local plan. It's not, we shouldn't be having a debate about the nature of the local plan itself, because that's not relevant to the item on our agenda. But I would like to make a comment on some of the comments that have been made on things like biodiversity and adding this, that and the other to the local plan. The problem with this and with life actually is that we're dealing with constant uncertainty, and dealing with uncertainty is something that is challenging, but we need to deal with it. But if we don't deal with it, we won't have a fully made joint local plan at all. We need to forge ahead. Go ahead with the local plan, not change it so fundamentally that it has to go back to consultation and review. There are ways we can bring up biodiversity into the planning system. We've discussed these with the Green Party, with Councillor Pratt. He's very well aware of the intention to develop a supplementary planning document in response to the work that the biodiversity group does, which is terribly important and is something which I do not want us to rush into headlong and do in a sort of 4 to 6 week time frame, because that wouldn't do that subject justice. These are all conversations that we will have afterwards and we've had before. So that is the point that I wish to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just hope that this isn't, that we don't see another timetable, really. I really wish, as with many of my fellow councillors, I think across all divides, that we'd got on with doing the joint local plan back in 2014. And then we wouldn't be sitting here looking at a timetable now. And that I really hope that this timetable, and when it says things like winter, that by winter we mean December rather than March or beyond. And so, I will be supporting this proposal today, the recommendation, but I really want to see that we actually do meet the timetable. And if there are resources, I've raised this before about resources and was assured that we had the resources to bring the joint local plan back to council today, rather than potentially another few months hence in November, and yet it's been delayed again. So I really hope we've got the resources to match this timetable. And I just hope that for the sake of our communities, it is going to be worth it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to comment that we've heard quite a lot about all the uncertainties that have occurred. That there are so many uncertainties because there are all these events and issues, many of which are completely outside of our control, which have ended up in delay after delay after delay for this joint local plan. And I can only agree with Councillor Eburn by saying that we really should have got on with this back in 2014. And I know we're here and we haven't, and we've got to deal with it. But I'm concerned that we're glossing over uncertainties that we yet have no idea what impact they will have on what is in our joint local plan. And I much as I would hope that we can stick to a timetable, I personally have lost faith in being able to stick to the timetable. So I've yet to decide whether I'm going to support this development scheme. I think there are so many uncertainties, and we really don't know what's going to happen. So I'm not convinced that we should be agreeing this timetable at the current time. There's just too much uncertainty, and the longer it goes on, the more events that will happen that will possibly cause yet more delays. There are things within the local plan that I think will probably need to be changed more than insignificantly, as Councillor Fleming intimated.
Councillor Mattison?
Oh, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Yes, I mean...
Your microphone's up. Can you move your mic down to your mouth, John?
Hang on, I've lost it.
It's there. That's it.
Sorry about that. I think we need to pass this this timetable, albeit it will be at risk. And what I want to talk about is what we need to do about that risk. It's ironic, and a few members that have been around a while will remember this, that the previous local plan was to some extent some of it was constructed under a government thing called a local development framework, where we were putting together a set of parts rather than one huge joint local plan as we are now. And so what I wanted to suggest really is that, okay, we put this timetable forward, but before we get to adoption, we actually start a review, because realistically, and I'm looking back again to the previous plan and to this one, realistically, it might easily take 4 or 5 years from the start of a review to actually get into adoption again. And on a similar theme, and Councillor Fleming has hinted at this already, I think we should look to making greater use of supplementary guidance, which becomes a planning document in its own right as well. So those are the two thoughts that I have from the experience, and I think there's one other point probably which will Councillor Byrne, point out to the government that it's extraordinarily difficult to actually produce a joint local plan in any reasonable amount of time, and that's actually largely the government's fault. And then on the other hand, of course, we're penalised if we haven't got an up-to-date joint local plan. So they're really hitting us with both sides of it, really. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to make a few brief comments, and actually I have to say I completely agree with the last thing that Councillor Matheson just said, that actually the circumstances of the production of a joint local plan is always going to be difficult, especially when engaging with governments which change their planning and housing priorities. It's always going to be a case of there are many moving parts to this, but I just wanted to reflect on the fact that from my experience on one of the development control committees, I've been made very much aware of the risks associated with continuing to operate as a planning authority without up-to-date planning policies. And I note in the risk assessment in the report that the impact of not progressing the JLP to examination would be a disaster. So I very much welcome this report and this timetable, and certainly hope that we can expedite the process going forward so that we can have a robust approach to planning set out for the next 15 years. So I very much welcome this report and will be absolutely voting in favour of it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Field?
Thank you. Just to say that I certainly will be supporting this. I'm sure I said in the election leaflet some time ago how desperate it was that we needed it. We clearly need this. I just wanted to point out that as far as I'm concerned, it needs managing. We need to make sure the resources are available and that we get simple things like organising meetings done rapidly. People need to understand its priority. You know, management is not about providing a good set of excuses when you miss the end date. It's about getting it done on time. I'm sure if I passed a jaundiced view over the timescale, I would doubt you could achieve that. But could you please prove me wrong and do it?
Councillor Warboys?
Okay, I'm live, am I? It's sort of a question as much as and a bit of a concern. It says, after what Councillor Fleming was saying about accompanying documents, and looking at 11.1, the joint local plan will be accompanied by a strategic environment assessment incorporated to sustainable appraisal document, and it goes on a bit about habitats regulations and a plan on protected habitats and appropriate mitigation, which looks at, which I should imagine would include biodiversity and concerns there. And it comes back to my experiences on the development committees. Would an accompanying document carry the same weight as the joint local plan, or would it be there for information but not actually carry significant weight when it came to assessing an application?
Have you got an answer, Councillor Byrne? Or is this just a statement of what you think, Councillor Warboys?
It's a concern, but it could be responded to by an answer to the question, really. That would this accompanying documents, would they carry the same weight in a joint local plan, or should they actually be included within the joint local plan?
Sorry, I would have answered straight away to that one, Chairman, but
I mean, we're not in questions. It's up to
I know we're not, but I think I'll just, if I may, please, I'll just say that the supplementary planning document has can be and will be, if it's appropriate to a particular application, as material as the joint local plan. So I think you need fear not that any supplementary document, if it's added to the plan, is a development plan document and has to be taken into account part of the determination process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just wanted to sort of, during the debate, this is a really tricky one, because given a free choice, which I have, would I vote for this timetable? I'd actually like to vote for a timetable that could shorten the process. You know, from my point of view, this is of extreme urgency. It doesn't mean to say we should agree to anything, because although, as Councillor Richardson said, there are dire consequences apparently to not having an up-to-date local plan. We've seen some of those dire consequences being enacted in 3 dimensions in some of our communities, which is not what many of those communities deem as sustainable. So it would be helpful if the timetable of the dire circumstances were spelled out, but equally, I certainly, I think on balance, I'll probably support this document, but grudgingly, because I want to see that timetable shorter. And if that means you want me to sit in meetings through the night, I don't care. We need to get this thing sped up, but not at the cost of our communities.
Thank you. Councillor Passmore?
Thanks, Lavinia. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. We do need to do this. I shall certainly be voting for it. I completely understand everybody's concerns about the tight timetable, but we do need to support this because we need to get it done. So I hope that the officers, the team, will have that real focus. We've got to make sure they've got the resources and prioritise the work for them so it can be delivered. And just to allay some people's concerns, if we don't do this, then various items that may be decided by the committee or through under delegated authority, if either side disagrees and goes to appeal, I think we could be on a hiding to nothing if we don't have this. I agree with Andrew and everybody. We need to get it right, but let's be optimistic about it and redouble our efforts and get on with it. And I'm sure we will succeed. And the fallback there, of course, is the democratic principle of committees being able to decide what applications go or are toned down. So let's not be too downbeat. So all I want to say, let's get on with it and let's support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Muller?
Thank you, Chair. I fully support the plan from Councillor Byrne and thank him for the amount of work on it. I will be supporting this, and I accept the comments other colleagues have made, but I think it's a genuine effort to make sure that the joint local plan is produced as soon as possible. So thank you, Councillor Byrne, for all your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, would you like to have your say now?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, having been on one of the working groups producing this or assisting to produce this, I agree with what people are saying. We do need to get it moved forward, and I shall be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Byrne, is there anything else you'd wish to add? Was that a no? I think you might be on mute.
No, I've unmuted. Yes, let me say that I've appreciated and even enjoyed this debate because I think it's brought out some good, strong feelings. I'm disappointed with one or two of those feelings, but much heartened by others. I was particularly interested to listen to Councillor Matheson's comments, certainly talking of reviewing the plan as soon as we've submitted it. Yes, I think that's in everybody's mind, is to get on pretty quickly with a review, because times have changed and are continuing to change quite quickly. So we do need to get on to accommodating those changes. As he points out, it is extraordinarily difficult to produce a local plan in any reasonable time frame, and that is partly the government's responsibility. And yes, I'll be happy to make the necessary representations to government. Councillor Mansell, I'm sorry, was as pessimistic as she seemed, as she sounded. I hope she isn't as pessimistic as that in the long run. Councillor Field, on the other hand, showed an optimism that I approved of, but and he pointed out that it needs managing, it needs resourcing adequately, which is definitely something that we are I'm keen to make sure happens. The management of it, we have a program board which looks very closely at this on a regular basis, scrutinises the progress, and takes whatever steps are necessary at that time. And I hope it is sensitive enough to react to any changing circumstance and to react to it quickly and positively. So I think the bottom line is to follow Councillor Passmore's urging, and that is, let's be optimistic, let's get the job done, and let's prove to Councillor Field that he's wrong, and we'll do it.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid, Councillor Warboys, you can't speak again, and I will now ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Officer to take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, please can you reply with for, against or abstain? Councillor Morrison.
Poor John.
Councillor Morrison.
For. I did just answer. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, for.
Councillor Brewster.
For.
Councillor Byrne.
For.
Councillor Carter.
For.
Councillor Caston.
For.
Councillor Eburn.
For.
Councillor Eppington.
For.
Councillor Field.
For.
Councillor Flatman.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For.
Councillor Geek.
For.
Councillor Gould.
For.
Councillor Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Haddingham.
For.
Councillor Hicks.
For.
Councillor Humphreys.
For.
Councillor Mansell.
Abstain.
Councillor Mattison.
For.
Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mayor.
For.
Councillor Morley.
For.
Councillor Muller.
For.
Councillor Norris.
For.
Councillor Otten.
For.
Councillor Passmore.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pratt.
For.
Councillor Richardson.
For.
Councillor Scarf.
For.
Councillor Stringer.
For. Faster.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Warboys.
For.
Councillor Wellham.
For.
Councillor Whitehead.
For.
Thank you.
That was carried. Moving on to agenda item number 14, MC/19/50, political balance and composition of the committees. I would like to invite the monitoring officer to introduce this paper.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to present the report MC 1950, which seeks the Council's approval of the political balances of committees, which have been amended following the formation of the Green and Liberal Democrat group. As the overall allocation of places has not changed, there have been no proposed changes to the councillors appointed to each committee. As such, recommendation 2.2 is no longer required. I therefore seek a proposer and seconder for recommendation 2.1 only. Thank you.
Have I got a proposer? Councillor Eburn?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. It will be a pleasure for me to propose this recommendation of 2.1 only. As this has come about from us forming a group with the Liberal Democrats, which I'm delighted to do, and between us now, our new group constitutes half the council, and we look forward to working more closely with the Conservative and Independent group from in the future. And I'd like to ask Councillor John Field to second. Thank you.
Oh,
I'm very happy to do that. Similar set of words.
thank you very much. Is there any questions or any questions or debate? So we'll move straight on to the vote then. I'll ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Office to take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, please can you reply with for, against or abstain? Councillor Amarison.
For.
Councillor Brewster.
For.
Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne.
Councillor Byrne, you're muted. Just move your lips.
Okay.
I'll take that as a for.
Councillor Carter.
For.
Councillor Caston.
For.
Councillor Eburn.
For.
Councillor Eppignon.
For.
Councillor Field.
For.
Councillor Flatman.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For.
Councillor Gleek.
For.
Councillor Gould.
For.
Councillor Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Haddingham.
For.
Councillor Hicks.
For.
Councillor Humphreys.
For.
Councillor Mansell.
For.
Councillor Mattison.
For.
Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mayor.
For.
Councillor Morley.
For.
Councillor Muller.
For.
Councillor Norris.
For.
Councillor Otten.
For.
Councillor Passmore.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pratt.
For.
Councillor Richardson.
For.
Councillor Scarf.
For.
Councillor Stringer.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Warboys.
For.
Councillor Wellham.
For.
Councillor Whitehead.
For.
I think that was carried. So we're moving on to item number 15, councillor appointments. Are there any changes to placings? There aren't any, so we'll move straight on to item number 16, motions on notice. So item number 16A, to consider the motion on notice received from Councillor Pratt. Rules of debate on motions under Part 3 of the Constitution, paragraph 17. Each councillor will have 3 minutes to speak, apart from the proposer of the motion or the proposer of an amendment, who shall have 5 minutes, and may speak once on any motion. However, if a motion is amended, a councillor may speak once on each amendment. I would like to invite Councillor Pratt to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. So the COVID-19 lockdown event has highlighted how walking and cycling, either to get to work or to the shops, or indeed for fitness and leisure, has become increasingly important to our residents. The benefits of active travel are self-evident in terms of reduced air pollution, safer and less congested roads, and the positive effects on our health and well-being. In May, the Transport Secretary Grant Shapps said, when the country gets back to work, we need them to carry on cycling and to be joined by millions more. Very, very powerful little soundbite, really. In their paper, Decarbonising Transport, the government has set to aim to double cycling activity per person per year, and are set to invest a further 1.2 billion in active modes of transport, such as walking and cycling. Regrettably, the Department of Transport statistics show in Mid-Suffolk that the proportion of adults cycling for the purpose of transport has rapidly declined over the years. The proportion of adults that circle for the purpose of travel at a frequency of 3 times per week fell from 5% in 2015 to less than 0.5% in 2018. Unfortunately, our cycling rates are amongst the lowest in Suffolk and far below national average. To reach the national cycling target, we require an ever more ambitious approach to make cycling a safer and more attractive mode of transport. Our council, in no doubt, recognises the benefits that walking and cycling and other forms of active transport can have on our health and well-being. Physical inactivity is one of the top 10 causes of disease and disability in England. For many people, the easiest and most acceptable form of physical activity are those that can be incorporated easily into everyday life, such as walking or cycling. The reduction of traffic congestion also conveys a health benefit through reducing pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide and PM 2.5, which we understand is a general contributor to human health impacts across the country. But not least, we must consider our obligations to tackling climate change. In 2019, Mid-Suffolk District Council acknowledged the existential threat posed by greenhouse emissions and declared a climate emergency. In the same year, transport was the largest emitting sector, accounting for around 1/3 or 34% of all carbon dioxide emissions. Most of these emissions were from road transport. So by encouraging active transport, as opposed to driving a car, we can play an important role in reducing the carbon footprint of our residents. The significance of this modal shift in transport for reducing emissions must not really be understated. This is why we are asking Mid-Suffolk District Council to publish plans that set out our vision for cycling in the area. It will help ensure cycle routes and facilities are in place to create a safe and attractive environment that will encourage people to cycle and recognise cycling as a viable transport option and afford the opportunity to enjoy their outdoor surroundings. In order to bid for government funding for these projects, we must ensure that we have a prioritised and costed list of routes across the district that we can work through with Suffolk County Council. We should utilise our district level knowledge of the locality and work with parish councils, community groups and local businesses so that we can help gain local consensus on where infrastructure is most needed. The District Council can also play a role by ensuring that additional funding measures can be used to develop and deliver schemes, which could also include community funds and, where appropriate, include development charges such as Section 106 and SIL.
Are you wrapping up, Daniel?
Yeah, okay, I'm wrapping up now. As we seek a new normal in post-COVID times, it is essential that we seek innovative and pragmatic approaches to encourage walking and cycling to expedite the decarbonisation of transport. It is on this basis that I'm asking you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Mansell?
Thank you, Chair. I would be more than happy to second this motion, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So who would like to start first with questions? Anyone? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. It was, I think it was brushed on in this motion. How much would behaviour change schemes be a part of this proposal? Such as the schemes offered by charities such as Susterans, where they engage with businesses and schools to promote cycling. So it's not just about infrastructure, it's about behaviour change.
Councillor Passmore?
Thanks, Lavinia. I just wanted to get some clarification, if possible. Is it the case at the moment that we cannot finance any cycling schemes or improvements through the SIL or the 106 agreement? I thought we could already do that, but I may be wrong. I don't know if an officer could answer that, please, for information, so we all know.
Any officers wanting to answer that? Anyone?
Tom might.
Tom, are you still there?
I am still here.
Sorry, let me.
Yes, just to clarify on SIL, we can't use SIL because cycling and highway improvements are not part of our SIL expenditure list. We will be going through a review of the charging schedule, which was part of the last item, but we will also be going through a review of the expenditure framework. So it's something that can be considered as part of the review of the expenditure framework. In terms of Section 106, yes, absolutely. We have and do secure funds for footpath improvements, cycleway improvements, highway improvements as part of that, all capital items and no maintenance contribution. But yes, we've collected significant sums of money
As an example, one specific 243,000 collected from the Chiltern Lees development to enable linkages into footpaths that will enhance walking opportunities.
Good. So just to be clear, Tom, thank you for that. So there is funding available at the moment as we speak, potentially.
There is, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lavinia.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
Yes, thank you. First off, I'd just like to say I really appreciate the good intent behind this motion, but I have proposed an amendment to it. And for convenience, this amendment has been tabled for the meeting. Councillors should therefore have a copy in front of them already, or should have received a copy. And with the chairman's permission, I would like a copy to be brought on screen, please, if that is possible.
Yeah, it's just been put on, Jess.
Thank you very much. Can everyone see this, or do I need to read it out?
Well, can everyone see this? I'm thinking yes, I can see it.
If anyone would like me to read it, then please speak, and I can read it out.
Please do.
Sorry?
We can all see it.
Good stuff.
Everyone can see it.
See it. Yep.
Good. On that basis, then, I would like to describe the reasons for my proposal to make this amendment. As Cabinet Member for the Environment, I'm very supportive of the original motion, but the amendments I have proposed are intended to widen its scope and stimulate more targeted actions. The shift to more sustainable travel fits well with our recently agreed climate change action plan and will feed into our future well-being strategy. It also fits with the government's decarbonising transport white paper recently published and the New Anglia Local Enterprise Partnerships Local Industrial Strategy, which has a focus on clean growth. The sustainable, I'm proposing a sustainable travel action plan rather than a cycling strategy. Now, this approach will enable a wider view of modal shift and will ensure that public transport and walking are included as well in the initiatives. This is more in keeping with the collaborative approach being taken by Suffolk County Council, which is the lead transport authority, is likely to be a key partner. I believe that this wider approach to achieving modal shift is most likely to show the sort of results we all want. We are just starting to emerge from the COVID pandemic, which, while it provided an opportunity for more outdoor exercise in the form of walking and cycling, has also shaken people's confidence in public transport, and much will need to be done to overcome this in the near future. The Sustainable Travel Action Plan will enable initiatives to be identified, assessed, and developed into meaningful projects, which can be then costed, consulted upon, and subject to securing funding and appropriate partners, can actually be delivered. This approach will enable us to consider new initiatives such as e-scooters and e-bikes to promote walking and cycling for a wide variety of purposes, including encouraging children to walk and cycle safely to school. We are all committed to getting more people active in our communities, and our council aims to lead the way in developing sustainable travel across Suffolk. Therefore, I am proposing the amended motion tonight to full council, and I call for a seconder.
I'm happy to second, Chair. I'm pleased to second the amended motion, which has been explained so eloquently to members by Councillor Fleming. As Cabinet Member for Communities, which includes health and wellbeing, I welcome the Sustainable Travel Action Plan, which complements the work this council commenced last year, supporting schools in delivering a walk, run and cycle to school initiative. This was part of an overall strategy, Active Schools, to deliver more exercise, sport and healthy lifestyle to primary aged children, working with our partners, Suffolk Sport and Public Health. With child obesity in England at an all-time high and growing, families need safe travel routes to have the confidence to use them. This will contribute to a holistic health and well-being and improve air quality, which we have all enjoyed over the past 4 months. We all need exercise to maintain good health, and this has become more obvious to many of us while spending all our working hours looking and talking at a screen. I know from my own experience, a brisk walk was a tonic which kept me sane. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, do you accept this amendment?
Yes, I do. I did wish to, looking at that amendment, just wondering whether, you know, the wording around sufficient resource includes more officer time as well, because clearly this is such a mammoth task. We do need to make sure that we're dedicating enough time and allocating enough time for our officers in order to undertake this work.
Sorry, hang on 1 second. Does that mean he's accepted it? Is he accepted it? Okay, so that's then moved. That's become the substantive motion. Yes, that's right. So we can move to debate or questions. Okay. Councillor Morley, what would you like to speak?
I wonder whether I can make a suggestion on the first paragraph, where it says Mid Suffolk District Council endorses the government's goal to ensure there is a permanent shift in the numbers of people choosing to cycle and walk, full stop, and remove the last 5 words. We don't need the bit about as opposed to using a car. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
That would have to be proposed and seconded, apparently, as another amendment.
Chair, I'm happy to propose or second that if that's necessary.
I'm prepared to second.
Sorry, it's can you hear me now?
Yes.
Councillor Morley, would you like to propose that as a second amendment?
Yes, I would, please. Thank you.
Okay, have I got a seconder?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to second.
Oh, cool. Thank you, Councillor Richardson. Daniel, to accept that amendment?
I won't, because I feel that, you know, I don't see the point really in having a motion that's trying to stimulate and encourage a modal shift towards active modes of transport and away from the car. You know, and then but by omitting that line would kind of like take away the sort of spirit of it, really, wouldn't it?
That's your opinion, I guess. So you're not going to accept that, but you accepted the original one.
I accept the first. I accept the first amendment, but not the second.
Hang on. So we're going to move to debate then on the amendment. So Susie, I see you've got your hand up again. Do you want to speak again? So Susie, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I just thought I'd just expand a bit on my rationale for saying that. It's not just to persuade people out of their cars. The rationale is that we need to get our people exercising more.
Chair, sorry.
Full stop.
Can I have a point of order, please, Chair?
Sorry.
Could I?
Can you hear me? Sorry. I hear you, Rachel. You've got a point of order,
please, because yes. I thought that if the proposer has rejected the amendment, we should be debating the amendment that he's agreed, which is Councillor Fleming's amendment, not
I think you're right.
Councillor
Hang on.
Morley's. So if Councillor Morley wants
Emily's just going to come in. Hang on one second.
If Councillor Morley wanted to debate Councillor Fleming's amendment, that's fine.
Yep. Hang on. Emily's now going to come in.
Thank you, Chair. So the situation is that we had a first amendment proposed and seconded against the original motion. That was accepted by the proposer of the original motion. So that has now become the substantive motion. Subsequent to that, we've had a second amendment put, which has been proposed or seconded. So now the council will need to debate the second amendment, which is to remove the 5 words from the first sentence, and vote on whether that will be taken forward or not, as the proposer of the original motion hasn't accepted the amendment. Hopefully that makes sense, Chair.
Yes, so I've got Jess down next.
Yes. I mean, I'll be quite honest. I don't think those few words alter the intent of the motion at all. And I think, you know, whichever one we had, it has the same import. So I would just urge good sense and for us to carry this forward and do what, you know, I think is a very sensible thing by getting the gist of it approved.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair.
Pull your mic down, John.
Right. Sorry, yes. The point is that modal shift, and as Councillor Pratt has said, modal shift is absolutely fundamental to the carbon benefits, both in terms of the broader government intent to achieve zero carbon eventually, and to our intention to do that, and to the benefits of reducing car use is what is going to produce the reduction of air pollution. So all things considered, the phrase is very important and very necessary. Thank you.
Councillor Mansell, sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can't really see any need or for removing those words at the end of the first sentence. Those to me are vital because there is a huge divide. Many people who aren't cyclists aren't aware that there is a divide between leisure cycling and utility cycling. And what we actually need people to do is to be using their bikes or walking as their mode of transport, not to shove their bikes in the back of a car, drive to a lovely bit of bike path and have a leisure cycle ride. We need people to be getting out of their cars, onto their bikes or walking to improve the health well-being of our communities, to improve air pollution. There is no way that those 5 words should be removed. They are, to me, some of the most important words in the document. We need to get people out of their cars into a more healthy and sustainable way of getting about. So no, I cannot support this amendment because I think that is the most important thing to do, is to actually get people to be using a bike as a mode of transport, not to use their car. If the shop is only a couple of miles away, we need them to be able to get on their bikes to get to the shop and not hop in a car, drive to their co-op, come back again, and then go out for a bike ride and think, oh yeah, I'm doing the right thing, I'm on my bike. They need to be using that bike for those short journeys within their communities. That is vital. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. It's so easy to fit in. If you need to go to the shop, you do your exercise, you walk or you cycle to the shop and you come back again. We don't want to be getting in the car and taking your bikes or getting in the car and going for a walk. This is all about a more sustainable way of transport.
Councillor Byrne. Dave, we can hear you. You're unmuted.
Yeah, it's just unmuted itself. So it was a point of order, but I think the time has passed, so I'll forego my place. Thank you.
Councillor Carter. Terence, you're muted.
I do apologise. I didn't realise I'd been called. Your phrase for a second on my screen. To me, removing those words is about as barbaric as declawing your cat. It defeats the point of actually. It's very nice and pretty. We've been shown we have this lovely animal, but we've taken away the necessity for it. It's just a pretty picture. We need to actually be shown that we are trying to move away from this as a form of transport. We need to be shown to actually, by having this motion, we also are opening up for further things along the line about if we are having e-scooters, why not further along a line of the mobility scooter network of improving transport for disability as well. Having this there, it allows for more than just moving a car and opening up for other forms of transport. It has that there. All very good if we were all going over to cars that are electric cars, but if we are keeping cars in there and still got the carbon, we are still having the same issues. The air quality is still there. And also, with all the cars, you will find people will not cycle due to the amount of traffic on the road, due to the amount of the air quality. When you're cycling, you actually are breathing in the fumes of cars. You are, if there's the safety as well when you're cycling, if you see lots of cars about, it's off-putting. So if we do need a two-pronged approach, we do need to actually to get people to cut down on their driving as well as improving on the cycling. So removing those words, it's just will be pointless having a motion.
Councillor Wellham.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. The wording is we want to ensure there is a permanent shift. We've got to say what the permanent shift is away from. So it's essential that we use those words, shifting away from using a car. So those words stay, in my view.
Thank you. Did Keith freeze? Am I frozen? Councillor Brewster, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, listening to what's being said, I think opposition members are losing sight of the fact that we are a rural district. There are some people who obviously need their cars to access wherever, and certainly to go shopping, I would suggest. I've seen people actually shopping, and they would need a very, very, very big basket on their bike to try to take home what they are buying. By keeping that in, we are really making people feel guilty if they can't use their car to access the needs they want. And that doesn't mean that that they perhaps won't cycle, but I think it just makes it's a guilt feeling by leaving it into this motion. we are a very wide district, and there's so many people who still will need to use their cars. I'm sorry, that is a fact of life.
Thank you. Jess. Am I muted? Councillor Fleming?
Hello. Yes, so I was just unmuting. I believe it probably would be legitimate of me to propose that we go to the vote on the amendment that I actually referred to and spoke on, and that is the text that everyone has seen before.
Yes, you can go to the vote on Susie's amendment of your amendment if you like. We can do that.
Well, what I'm proposing is to go to the vote on what I spoke on, because I haven't spoken on Susie's
You can't do
amendment.
that. No, you can't do that. We can go to the vote on Susie's amendment of the amendment. That's what we can do now if we'd like to.
Okay.
Could I have my point of order back, please?
Who's speaking? Sorry.
Councillor Haddingham, it's Councillor Byrne speaking. This was my point of order. As an amendment to what had become the substantive motion, should not Councillor Fleming have been asked whether she accepted Councillor Morley's amendment?
No, it's Daniel's thing.
No, the substantive motion.
I'm being told, David, that it's Emily's saying Emily's going to speak. We're just waiting for Emily to be unmuted. No.
Our chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. And again, councillors, I apologise for that delay. So if I can just recap where we are with the motion. Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Mansell, proposed the original motion. Councillor Fleming then proposed an amendment which was accepted by Councillor Pratt. That means the substantive motion has now been amended as suggested by Councillor Fleming and remains in the ownership, if you will, of Councillor Pratt. So Councillor Pratt and Councillor Mansell are now still the proposer and seconder, but of the amended motion, which now becomes the substantive motion. We then had a second amendment proposed by Councillor Morley, seconded by Councillor Richardson, which the council is debating now, because you need to vote on that before you can return to the substantive motion, which may or may not be amended, depending on the outcome of a vote. Thank you, Chair.
So we're now going to go to Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Chair. When I proposed this, I didn't have a chance to explain my reasoning because I was interrupted by Councillor Eburn with a point of order. So I'm taking this as my opportunity to speak, just to explain my rationale. For me, living close to the A140, A1120 crossroads, cycling is not an option to get out of where I live. And as part of our health and well-being strategy, the initiative is to get people moving as quickly as possible. Not only does that help support keeping them healthier and fitter, but of course it does reduce the use of the car. However, I am willing to withdraw my amendment and go back to the substantive amendment as proposed by Councillor Fleming. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, pretty much what I was going to say has now been superseded by events. I just wanted to mention that the first line in that motion was quoting stated government policy. So by amending that first line, we at Mid Suffolk District Council is amending what one of the clearly stated aims of this government are. Now, we may be quite powerful at Mid Suffolk, but I didn't think we were quite that powerful.
Thanks. Councillor Field.
Thank you. I was going to point out that I think we have an excellent motion, and Councillor Fleming has produced a really good amendment to that, which widened its scope somewhat, a great value to us. And we have a motion which fits in with the government's intentions and with the county council's intentions, that has achieved some modal shift. And that modal shift is largely when you travel to work or travel to school. So it clearly involves moving out of your car. And if you're going to persuade me to do that, you probably need to make me feel a bit guilty. So I suggest we get on with it and we move ahead with this motion now.
Chairman, can I interrupt? Chairman, I'd like to interrupt, please, because Councillor Morley said she was prepared to remove her amendment. And if that's the case, then we go to the full substantive motion, do we not?
We
Yes,
do,
we
and
do.
I'm proposing we go to the vote.
Okay. Shall we do that? We're meant to be debating.
If you are going to the vote on the substantive motion, which is now the revised motion that Councillor Fleming proposed, then I still am entitled to my 3 minutes. So are we still in debate, or are we coming up to the end of the debating period?
Councillor Pratt, I'm going to say it's up to you.
I just wanted
sorry, I've just been told Councillor Field has proposed to vote. So we need a seconder. Have we got a seconder for Councillor Field proposing that we go to the vote?
Second it, John Matheson.
Oh, right. Thank you, John. So Councillor Mansell, you can speak now, and so can Councillor Pratt. No one else. So go for it, Councillor Mansell.
Sorry, I'll put my video on. I think that should be on. Am I on?
Yep.
Yes. I'm extremely pleased to second this motion. As most of you members are aware of my passion for cycling and my passion for sustainable transport, so I will try not to enthuse too much about my own personal beliefs on this. And to be honest, I am actually extremely welcoming to Councillor Fleming's amendment, because I think it brings in walking as well as public transport into our cycling motion, and I think that this is the right way to go in order to maybe get some way towards having a truly integrated, sustainable transport network. I mean, we in Suffolk are extremely lucky. We have the ideal countryside, really, for people that should be easier for cyclists to get to grips with. We don't have a lot of steep hills. You know, we have wide open skies. We have beautiful countryside. It is a wonderful feeling to have to be out on the road. There shouldn't be that many barriers to people getting out on their bikes, and I completely appreciate what Councillors Brewster and Councillor Morley said about the fact that in some rural parts of our district, people will still need a car. I'm not denying that people will still need a car, but the more people we can to get out on their bikes as a mode of transport. If you live in the middle of High Suffolk and you have a 10-mile journey to get to the supermarket, no, I'm not expecting you to get on your bike and carry your shopping in a basket. But if you live in Stowmarket, you should be able to cycle to the centre of Stowmarket safely in order to be able to access the facilities in the town centre. As I said before, 2 to 3 miles, there's the sort of journeys that really should not be being used by the car. So as I said before, this is not going to be an easy goal to make, but you know, there is this divide between leisure cycling and utility cycling, and I think an awful lot of people have taken to their bikes during this pandemic period, and a lot of them have enjoyed being out on their bikes. I've seen an awful lot of new cyclists out on the road, and I gather it's actually now quite hard to buy a bike because they are in short supply. There's long waiting lists for some bikes, so people are using their bikes, and we really want to make sure that they carry on using their bikes. We've all appreciated those wonderful clear skies and the wildlife. I mean, I've actually heard rare birds in my garden. And I'm sure that is all partly due to the fact that we've had less traffic during this lockdown period. So we really must do something to encourage people to stay on their bikes and to use them as a mode of transport, if it is at all possible. So I would urge you all to vote for this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, go for it, Councillor Pratt.
Right, yeah, I'll just be really brief, and I have listened to the arguments and taken those comments on board, and I absolutely agree with everyone else. It's not about saying that people should never use a car. There will always be times that it's more appropriate to use a car. Of course, what this is about is improving people's quality of life through enabling and facilitating the utilisation of this beautiful countryside, as Councillor Mansell rightly pointed out, and for the benefit of everyone's health, and indeed to enable that shift towards active transport. I would just like to quickly take a moment to personally thank Councillor Fleming as well for her wonderful amendments on the motion. It really has broadened the scope, and I think that has enriched the motion. So, just on the back of what Councillor Mansell was saying, please do support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks. Right, I'll now ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Office to take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, please can you reply with 4 against or abstain? Councillor Amarorison.
4.
Councillor Brewster.
4.
Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne, are you?
It's our group text.
I take it it's 4. Can you put your hand up to acknowledge
Great.
that? Thank you. Councillor Carter.
4.
Councillor Caston.
4.
Councillor Eburn. 4. Councillor Eppington.
4.
Councillor Field.
4.
Councillor Flatman.
4.
Councillor Fleming.
4.
Councillor Geek.
4.
Councillor Gould.
4.
Councillor Guthrie.
4.
Councillor Haddingham.
4.
Councillor Hicks.
4.
Councillor Humphreys.
4.
Councillor Mansell.
4.
Councillor Mattison.
4.
Councillor Mellon.
4.
Councillor Mayer.
4.
Councillor Morley.
4.
Councillor Muller.
4.
Councillor Norris.
4.
Councillor Otten.
4.
Councillor Passmore.
4.
Councillor Phillips.
4.
Councillor Pratt.
4.
Councillor Richardson.
4.
Councillor Scarf.
4.
Councillor Stringer.
4.
Councillor Turner.
4.
Councillor Warboys.
4.
Councillor Wellham.
4.
Councillor Whitehead.
4.
Thank you.
That was carried. That was unanimous, in fact. Right, so where are we? That's 16B. I would like to invite to consider the motion on notice received from Councillor Eburn. I would like to invite Councillor Eburn to move the motion. And can please, councillors, if you've got your mics open, please, can you turn them off? And yep, that. Daniel, can you turn your video off? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is to halt all future investments in the Council's commercial investment arm, SIFCO. There are 3 reasons why SIFCO is a deeply flawed concept in both principle and execution. First, it's not the role of local government to become involved in commercial property speculation. A district council is there to serve the public and provide public services, nor is it the role of the Public Works Loan Board to lend money for this type of activity. Obtaining funds in this way has always been a dubious exercise in exploiting a loophole, which has finally been recognised by government select committees. The clue's in the name, public works. Investing in assets such as housing, which will deliver benefits for the people in this district who elected us. It was never intended that these loans would be used to fund a speculative arm's length commercial subsidiary. Secondly, SIFCO is flawed as a matter of risk and competence. As an organisation, we do not have the competence and capabilities necessary to manage the considerable complexities and risks involved in commercial property investment. People spend years and years in training in these roles. It's not sufficient to say that we've pushed these risks away into an arm's length vehicle and outsourced responsibility for management to consultants and advisors, not least because we cannot push away the liability SIFCO incurs upon all of the council taxpayers we represent. It's our responsibility. The decisions are still ours and made by us. When the vote to establish SIFCO was made, I well recall in council one fellow Conservative councillor asking whose ultimate liability this was, and I'll never forget the look on his face when it was confirmed that any liability will rest with the people who elected him, potentially all £50 million of it. Thirdly, SIFCO is flawed as a matter of priority. Back in 2016, when SIFCO was conceived, we were discussing how to build more housing for vulnerable adults, market housing for young people to start off in life, housing for key workers. These were and still are pressing concerns, yet the focus went on setting up SIFCO and playing the commercial property market. Since when was it right to buy commercial property in Southampton, in Epsom, in Lincoln, or for a rural district council to own office blocks and car showrooms and an M&S? And since when was it right to do these things in preference to investing in housing within the district? You may feel disinclined to listen to me, but you should listen to your constituents. This is the area of the council's operations that generates our largest postbag, frequently from those who tell us they voted Conservative but cannot believe the council is making these investments and are desperate for it to stop. And frequently from those who work in this area, in the city, in finance, in property. I cannot stress enough the sense of incredulity we get when people hear about this. The message is always the same. Why are councillors doing this? It's not their role. They don't have the competence. They should not be exposing us to this risk. They should be investing in the district in things such as housing. And it seems the more professionally qualified in matters of finance the person is, the greater their sense of alarm or outrage that a local district council is risking their money playing this space. So how do we get to the position where it was thought right to borrow over 3 times the annual budget to buy a commercial property? Why did it happen that our council, a public body accountable to its residents, ended borrowing so much to engage in activities so far removed from its own purpose? The argument, as I recall, was that we needed income to replace central government funding, noting it was a Conservative government that slashed funding to local government in the first place. However, as council, we have consistently underspent our budget and for many years have been squirreling away reserves, which as at March this year are 17.7 million. This is £7 million more than in 2016 when we started talking about SIFCO. So even so, how else could we increase our income? If we'd started building housing in 2016, we would have built several hundred by now. Each of these homes would have been built by someone who lived here, who earned their money here and spent money in mid-Suffolk's economy. Each of these homes would have housed someone paying council tax, and each of these homes would have earned new homes bonus, the government's housing incentive of about £1,500 each. We'd have been able to help with the housing numbers in our forthcoming joint local plan and supported our 5-year housing land supply. We wouldn't have lost control over housing development, over the wrong housing in the wrong places. We'd have been able to have real discussions with our communities about what their local housing need is, creating the market homes that communities wanted and that developers weren't providing. We'd have had a good partnership delivering for everyone. It's time to call time on this madness, stop throwing good money after bad, to listen to our electorate, to invest in our communities. I know that many of you in the Conservative group are deeply uncomfortable with SIFCO, and deep down you know it's a flawed endeavour that should never have happened. You cannot be deaf to the concerns of your constituents or to your own common sense. And you know how much of a relief it will be to be able to say that this thing is being halted. Now you have that opportunity. You can make a new start and vote with me for this motion, and we can build a better, more sustainable Mid-Suffolk that we all believe in. Thank you, and I'd like to invite Andrew Stringer to second it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to second this motion and I'd like to reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move into debate. Is that right? Debate. So who would like to speak first? Councillor Mattison.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've
So
got
you
a
can
number
only
of
speak
points.
once for 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's all fine.
Right.
You're hearing me? Yes, that's good.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got a number of points to make about SIFCO, but I shall be reserving most of those for the discussion of the business plan, which is following, except for one, and that is just to remind our director of SIFCO, our elected director of SIFCO, and indeed our elected directors of the Mid Suffolk holding company, which holds our shares, that they really need to have a good close look at the responsibilities that they have, which are indeed set out in the annual report of SIFCO to the 31st of March 2019. Notably, the making an assessment of the company's ability to continue as a going concern, bearing in mind that what the government has made very clear that it wants councils to stop investing in commercial property for yield. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Passmore.
Thank you, Lavinia. Yes, I think Rachel's comments earlier about that one councillor who had deep reservations, that was in fact me. And I do have deep reservations, absolutely. And I completely empathise with some of the comments made. Having said all that, I think the great difficulty you've got now is if you were to pull it as proposed, I think that would leave an even greater black hole in what we're doing. So I can't support this motion, despite my reservations, which I did articulate very clearly at the time, because I think it's rather damn difficult. But let me make this quite clear. Any future investment decisions jolly well better get the returns promised. I know nothing is completely risk-free, but as I said at the time, the lender of last resort is all of us, the taxpayer. So those people who are making these decisions need to cut the mustard very, very clearly. It's a very difficult time. Yes, it was a Conservative government that cut funding to local authority, but I think the country was in one hell of a mess, and I didn't actually think there was a great deal of alternative. And now, look at the national debt we've got, quite understandable. Billions and billions have been thrown at the COVID problem. So we are in a bit of a cleft stick here. I think we have to stick with this, but I want to be very, very clear. I'm doing that with my eyes open. I'm not nullifying my reservations, but this company has really, really got to perform and get the return that we were all promised at the beginning. And as I say, the lender of last resort is the taxpayer, and some of us, maybe all of us, will remember what happened about 15 years ago when we had these half-baked schemes of investing overseas, which we never did at Mid Suffolk. This is not the same situation as that. I just wanted to share those comments so that people know where we are going, but I'm afraid I'm not going to support the motion for those very reasons. Thank you, Lavinia.
Thanks. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can only endorse all of those comments made by Councillor Eburn in her opening speech. The whole SIFCO investment programme is the single most comment I get from my parish councils. Every time I go to a parish council meeting, they ask me about SIFCO and when are we going to stop investing it. Now that it's hit the national press and they are beginning to clamp down on this sort of activity, it is every month we get asked about SIFCO and what we're going to do to stop it. I really don't envy you, the Conservatives, as to how you answer those questions. You know, I have an easy way out because I just say, you know, we're doing our best and I didn't vote for it in the first place. Councillor Passmore, as quite rightly said, it is the taxpayer who has the ultimate liability. We are there representing those taxpayers and we really should be doing our damnedest to do what they want us to. And sorry, in my patch, they clearly don't want us to be investing in businesses outside of our district. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thanks. Councillor Gould.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful actually for this motion to the council, not because it's a good motion, making a sensible proposal. In my view, it's neither of those things. I think its value lies in the misunderstandings it reveals about our investment activity. Let me explain. The first misunderstanding concerns the consequences of having SIFCO investments. SIFCO has provided the councils with over 3 million net income since its inception in 2017. It's made full debt repayment to the council in March and June, providing much needed income to the council during the pandemic. Halting investment in SIFCO acquisitions would reduce the income anticipated in the medium-term financial strategy and put further financial pressure on the council at a time when income from other sources, such as planning, building control and so on, has reduced because of the pandemic. This motion may be considered inadequate and arguably irresponsible in that it doesn't make its decision contingent on an assessment of the financial consequences for the council. Income generated by a SIFCO supports the council in delivering frontline services and projects within the districts. The view has been expressed, and we've heard it again this evening, that through SIFCO we are investing in businesses outside of our area. This is itself is a misunderstanding. We are not investing in those businesses, but taking their money in the form of rent so that we can spend that money here in Mid-Suffolk. We all understand that no investment is without risk, but the key consideration is the action we take to avoid, minimise or manage those risks. And any risk has to be put against the benefits achievable. We've taken a wide variety of measures to manage risk. The portfolio is professionally managed by those people referred to by Councillor Eburn, people who
got
spent
20 seconds left, Peter.
Okay. Completing the planned investment diversifies the portfolio further in terms of exposure to any one tenant or sector, helping to mitigate risk further. The other point I want to make is that there's a suggestion being made that investing in commercial property is an either or to investing in housing. It isn't. And actually, we are doing
Peter, I'm afraid.
In this district. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take a couple of minutes to explain why I feel that we should pause further investment in SIFCO. The recent performance of SIFCO's commercial investments have been inversely affected by the pandemic lockdown. This we know. However, things were going wrong long before that. The most recent report shows that rent arrears in the first quarter of 2020 were already running at 27.14%. And we didn't go into lockdown until right at the end of that quarter, at the end of March. Now, since then, we all know what has happened. A collapse in commercial activity in many sectors and a massive change in how we buy things. Online is up, the high street is down. And also there's been a considerable change in our working culture away from the office towards home working, therefore less likely future demand for office space. So there have been massive changes. And as my accountant is fond of saying, when the tide goes out, you find out who has been swimming naked. It seems to me that SIFCO is one costume short of the required amount. The business's financial situation, which was already starting to look troubled, has lurched into uncharted territory. Yet, reading the most recent report, which is discussed at scrutiny and at the Cabinet, you would think that there isn't much of a problem. There is a huge amount of positive spin being applied to the performance of SIFCO. Much is made of the income being received by the councils, 3 million. However, the fact that SIFCO has each year made significant losses is swept away as incidental. Particularly the revaluation of the commercial properties is downplayed as a paper loss. It doesn't matter, since we're not planning to sell the properties anytime soon. But this is the fundamental crux of the matter. Is the revaluation important? Is it real? Now, I know amongst our councillors, we have some very financially competent people on both sides of the chamber, business people, entrepreneurs, people with a background in accountancy, and some like me are farmers. And all of us are used to analysing our businesses by putting together a set of accounts. The central question for all of us is around the purpose of accounting practice. We are being told that even though SIFCO is showing a significant loss, that it doesn't matter, it isn't real. But accountancy is there for a purpose. A set of accounts answers that most important question. What is the current situation? Where do we stand? It sets out in black and white where we are. It's a
20
reality
seconds
check.
left, Andy.
So the fact that the properties we bought are now worth less is not a paper loss, it's not notional, it's real. We at the council are the bank for SIFCO, we are the lender. I have to ask you, would any other bank lend more money on that basis? I support the motion. I suggest that all councillors do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Otten.
Thank you very much. We have never supported this investment outside of the county and outside of the district. The government, as most of you know, is set to review by the end of this month all council investments in property and is expecting councils to use borrowed money to be used for housing, regeneration and delivering services. In fact, the chair of the Government Public Accounts Committee said that the increase in spend on commercial property raises serious alarm bells. Now, it has now been accepted that as a result of coronavirus, there will be a staggering number of people becoming unemployed. Already, many new people have already registered to claim benefit who have never done so before. So I believe that it is for this council now to invest in housing and in delivering services in the district. And we will then be able to support those people and provide jobs in the next months, which will be critical to the well-being of our residents and the country as a whole. Now, the coming recession will be unlike any that we have ever experienced before, and we believe will be catastrophic. By investing huge amounts of money actually in the district, we have a chance to help and do something about that. I believe that we should support this motion and for the council to look again at where he wants to invest the money and help the people of Mid Suffolk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Is my camera on? Can you see me? Yes. Thank you. We're in the process of building a carefully chosen, well-located and quite diverse portfolio of commercial properties to provide a secure, long-term income stream for our council. And we're certainly not unique in doing this. Councils of all political persuasions are doing likewise. And many, like ourselves, are doing it carefully and methodically and making full use of external expertise. But unfortunately, there are perhaps a few others that seem to be doing it recklessly and excessively and giving the whole process a bad press. Now, we're about 70% into our SIFCO investment plan, and every additional asset purchased will make our portfolio more diverse, more resilient and more balanced. We need the further income as part of our medium-term financial strategy, and to stop now would, in my view, as Cabinet Member for Finance, be an absolute folly. We must continue this project, we must see it through to its conclusion and create a long-term legacy of secure income and appreciating assets. I'm fully convinced that long after many of us will have left this council, future members in 2040, 2050 and indeed beyond will truly appreciate the legacy we have bequeathed them and will applaud our foresight in its creation. We already have an extensive house building programme of our own in the pipeline, and as they complete, I'm sure more will follow. That's a different capital investment programme, but it is already in place. In addition, there are so many already approved private sector market sites still awaiting development, and many more large applications presently going through the planning process. So for all these reasons, I am strongly opposed to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I completely agree with what Councillor Gould and Councillor Whitehead have said. I don't intend to go into detail about the principles of SIFCO. I think we've discussed that many times over the last few years. Councillor Gould and Whitehead have summarised it very well. And I may have a few comments to make, but I'll save that for the substantive item later on the agenda. I wanted first, I think, to respond to a few of the criticisms that some of the other councillors have made. Or comments in general. Councillor Eburn, I know, said that we should pay particular attention to the fact that it's called the Public Works Loan Board that we are acquiring these loans from. But the historian in me has to point out that both that organisation and its name date to the late 18th century. And quite obviously, its purpose has evolved since then. So I don't think we should attach too much weight to the language. Councillor Mansell asked how we as the Conservatives can justify this investment decision. And my response to that would be that actually councils and local authorities up and down the country have adopted this approach to securing alternative revenue streams from different commercial portfolios. And if I can give you a few examples, South Cambridgeshire District Council has an investment portfolio in commercial property of 340 million. Torbay Council has an investment portfolio of 300 million. Eastleigh Borough Council has an investment portfolio of 363 million against a budget of 31 million, which is a ratio of 12 to 1 against our ratio of 3 to 1. And the common denominator that links all of these councils is that they are Lib Dem controlled. And between the three of them, they have got an investment portfolio in excess of £1 billion. So it's not something that is unique to the Conservatives. It's a decision that has been made by councils of all political persuasions up and down the country. And for the avoidance of doubt, this includes investments outside of their local authority area. So we are not unique in this. I don't think we are uniquely exposed to an unacceptable degree of risk. I think this is a very sensible approach. So I completely endorse what Councillor Gould and Whitehead have said. Towards Councillor Mellon's comments, I would just say it's important to recognise that when he is talking about a paper loss, we are in fact referring to a capital loss. That's a change that is reflected solely in the balance sheet. The report that we've got later on in the agenda makes very clear that there is no extra equity required to fund that. He also referred to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, but that committee endorsed the business trading and performance report that we have on our agenda. So whatever has happened over the last few months, I think SIFCO has done a fantastic job of weathering the storm caused by this pandemic, and it has not impacted on our cash flow at all. So I think that is something that we should be incredibly positive about. With regards to this particular motion, I can't support it, not least because I have severe reservations about it and there's an enormous lack of detail. I don't see any evidence of what scoping has been done to identify suitable land
You've got 10
to build
seconds left,
new houses. Thank you. And whether or not that land is already owned by the council, how much it would cost, and how many houses would be that land would be able to accommodate. So for all of those reasons, I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Eppinyon.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to keep mine brief because I think Councillors Richardson, Gould and Whitehead have actually covered the generality of some of the points I wanted to make. But that said, I don't think I'll be supporting this motion because I think there are too many logicalities in respect of it. And the economic premise on which it is based doesn't seem terribly sound. SIFCO is actually a very successful investment vehicle for the councils, as has been noted by the amounts of income that it's generating. And to pause the investment at this point, I don't think is a viable option, as Councillor Passmore indicated, because we're basically saying that we don't want to continue to generate the extra income that would give us. And by my calculation, we're probably talking about something in the region of a couple of million a year. And there is no explanation by the movers of this motion as to actually what we're going to do about the shortfall that is going to be caused by pausing the investment of that Cisco's on, and also how we're going to deal with it from the point of view of the council's finances. So it would seem that we will cause ourselves a lot of financial difficulty with no actual plan of how we might get out of that. And I may add that actually we do have a vehicle for promoting and building homes within the district. We have the Mid Suffolk Growth Limited Company that is exactly their remit to do so. And in fact, we are working through our very first project, which is the redevelopment of the HQ in the at Needham Market, which will generate 93 homes, of which 10 are affordable. And just to give some sort of timeline on that, we're expecting that the first 1/3 of those homes, including the affordable ones, will be available to market next year. And Mid Suffolk Growth also has a plan to deliver over 200 homes over the next 3 years. So I think that, you know, we are dealing with the situation sensibly, and we are trying to protect our finances in a very robust and sensible way. And to come to Passmore, okay, and to come to Councillor Passmore's point, we do have a very professional, highly respected team of motivated directors driving Cisco forward and taking all the right types of prudent measures to make sure it is successful. So I would not be voting for this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. I guess I would say that when CIFCO was first proposed, I obviously wondered what the risk was. And I distinctly remember looking at the property funds that CCLA runs, and I think one of the Schroders ones as well, and observed that during the 2008 banking crash, their values went down some 20% or so. So one faces the possibility of severe financial loss. I perhaps was pessimistic, thinking that there could be yet another major depression so soon as the last one. But we do know that COVID-19 is going to drive the economy down. You know, rumours are more than it's ever gone down in the last 300 years. So we have another severe problem. And is that the only way I judge these things? I guess I've also had a look at the government's consultation on the use of money from the Public Works Loan Board. And it's clear that that Conservative government and its various financial advisors, who are probably almost as clever as ours, are very much against this sort of investment. Pointing out that the finance from the board was not intended to generate income in this way. So I personally will be voting for the amendment, for the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'd like to thank Councillor Gould and Whitehead really for informative and above all factual explanation. And although, like Councillor Passmore, I initially did have concerns and I wasn't too happy with the way it was going initially. However, having listened to both the brief from Councillor Gould and Whitehead, I feel more assured now of what's going on and also the future. There's two Green councillors have already talked about their post bags being full of concerns from residents. Well, is it just me? I haven't received any. I feel a little bit left out. So is it just me? And how big are your post bags? It's a bit odd. And Councillor Mansell, unlike your parish, obviously we're Stowmarket Town Council, I've not had anybody at any of our council meetings, to my recall, honestly, that has brought up CIFCO and their concerns. So again, is it me? Am I missing out? I feel a little bit left out. It's odd. We also had one of the councillors mentioned online retail has gone up. That's fantastic. Let's get the country going. Of course it has. but they don't exist in etherland. They're physical companies, and they have commercial properties that they rent and they buy. So therefore, the commercial market's not actually gone away. It's still there. It's just slightly different on the people that actually take those properties on. Councillor Otten, you talked about the money that should be spent on our residents kept here. Well, the income from SIFCO supports our residents and is spent here, so it satisfies that need. So I don't understand that either. All in all, the house building thing, it's funny, isn't it? When the Green Party often openly decides that they don't want to support development, that you're now looking at building houses. You can't have your cake and eat it. But I think it's barking mad, actually, and I think that we should stick with SIFCO for all the reasons that have been given before this meeting and during this meeting, with the eloquent arguments that have been given, especially by Councillor Gould and Whitehead, and I will not be supporting this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys. Councillor Warboys, you're muted.
I'll start again. My apologies. Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Yeah, I think this is an excellent motion. I think we're in very, very difficult times as a country. When I first was introduced to the notion of SIFCO as a new council just over a year ago, I remember it was surprising to listen to the amount of optimism. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Oh, that's all right. There's a lot of squeak. The optimism surrounding these investments. And I was reminded of council investments in Iceland banks, which went into serious trouble because they were being promised huge returns on their investments and had to be bailed out by the government. In this case, no one's going to bail us out. It's our local taxpayers who are, in fact, the lenders of last resort, as has already been pointed out. In the light of the existing situation and the economic downturns, I think it is really important that we look at any sort of investment strategies. To pursue the current investment strategy that SIFCO proposes, I think is really foolhardy. It's a bit like being on the bridge of the Titanic and carry on at full steam ahead when someone is saying, slow down, stop, just look around and see what's happening. We've got COVID-19, the effects of that, and we've also got a no-deal Brexit on the horizon and how industry is going to react to that. When I was told first about SIFCO, we were looking forward to trade agreements across Europe, across the world, and things will be better than ever. We have a 50 years commitment to these investments. It's not a case of we won't be councillors anymore, but lots of us will have left the planet. We are leaving these sort of investments to be looked after by the next generation. Administrations change. There is no financial plan for divesting itself of any properties. We have an investment scheme that relies upon further investment to generate more income. I thought this was called a Ponzi scheme, where income was being generated by more and more investment. The actual value of the investments, as has been admitted, it's a paper value, but the value has gone down. We are getting it's diminishing returns, I'm afraid. I think we must stop SIFCO's current strategy for investment, and we must look at ways in which we can borrow money from the public works panel. It is public works. I don't think we need to argue about.
Thanks, Roland.
Sorry?
Can you just wrap it up? You've had your 3 minutes.
Yes, public works is public works. Speculative investment is not public works.
Thank you. Councillor Wellham.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. Councillor Passmore referred to the lender of last resort as our council taxpayers. And it's our residents, our council taxpayers, who are telling us to stop and start building homes for our residents. I feel really sorry for Councillor Humphreys, as no one seems to contact him about Sifco. I'm contacted by a number of people within our ward and people from outside the ward, including Stonemarket. Perhaps I'm a more friendly person to speak to than Councillor Humphreys. I don't know. Perhaps he ought to go out there and ask people's opinions more. Building homes provides jobs for our residents, and much of their income would benefit local businesses. Building market homes will provide income, and the value of their bricks and mortar will increase year on year. And there would have been huge social benefits for our residents as well. So I will be voting for this motion, and I encourage all members to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Chair. I guess a bit like Councillor Humphreys, I don't get asked about Sifco either, and I've got eight parishes to look after, and I just wonder whether the people who have residents who are unhappy about Sifco investments, could it be because of the fake news that's being spread? We've heard that we are investing in businesses outside our district. That's fake news. We are not investing in businesses outside our district. We've also been told about how government doesn't advocate investing for income. Again, that is fake news. What the government is consulting on is the use of the Public Works Loan Board. We've also heard that we could take all the money that we would have been putting into Sifco and build houses. Again, fake news. We're already building houses. We've already built or acquired 103 over the last 2 or 3 years. And with all the numbers in the pipeline that are coming through, that takes the total up to 310. So it's not either or. We can still do both. What is holding us up on building houses is the lack of land, not the lack of money. So if we can put to bed all this fake news that's going around, then perhaps our residents will feel more encouraged and understand more about our rationale, because our portfolio is a very resilient portfolio. In fact, even our scrutiny report that we've looked at this evening actually says members wanted it noted that the committee was impressed with the work of the Sifco board and the Assistant Director for Assets and Investments, and that is signed and authorised by Councillor Wellham. Clearly, he's going to have a tricky decision to make in a moment, because does he support his scrutiny report, or does he support this motion? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brewster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we just heard from Councillor Wellham a few minutes ago that bricks and mortar rise in value right the way through the years. Has he never heard of a downturn in house prices? And if we are in a house which we own, and we get a downturn in the prices, do we rush out to get them sold? Or, you know, we don't, because we know that house prices over the years will increase. This is the same with commercial properties, of course, because we've had, you can have a downturn, but overall, over the long period of time we are investing in, there will be rises. And, you know, I hope that when we get one of those rises, that opposition members will recognise that. Councillor Eburn also spoke about the massive pile of money we've assembled over the years. That is true, I agree. But like gum, aren't we happy to have had that money standing there for this rainy day that we're now getting, and that will see us through this particular period? So it's Sifco is a successful company. and it will be even more successful in going forward. It's absolutely nonsense I've been listening to tonight about the way that Sifco is being run down. It's not run down, but people get that perception of a rundown company simply because it's being broadcast. So I will certainly not be voting for the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Geek.
Thank you, Chair. Contrary to what some councillors have implied, this motion doesn't seek to exit from Sifco. It simply seeks not to extend it further. So it seeks to minimise our current risk. And this isn't folly. It's in line with the government's current proposals. Now, the government, to quote from their consultation document, says that a minority of local authorities have started using low-cost loans to buy property primarily for rental income. And the government explained the problems in the same way as Councillor Eburn has. So the Treasury says that it could expose residents to risk. The Treasury says it diverts from core services. And the Treasury says that it distorts the market. It makes it hard for private businesses to compete on a level playing field. Now, these are the words of the Conservative Treasury Department. They want to stop this activity. So I'm going to support the motion, but I'd also urge all those who agree with the current Conservative government to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not going to go over old ground that my colleagues have so eloquently laid before you, but I'd like to just make 2 points. I joined Sifco when I became a councillor just over a year ago, and ever since I've been a member of Sifco, I've been hugely impressed with the knowledge, commitment, and indeed cautious attitude that the board, the executive directors, and our managing director and chairman take to those investments. So to say that the board doesn't have the skills is completely wrong. The executive directors have been operating in the property field their whole working lives, and that skill is now being brought to bear on our property company. And the next point I'd like to make is about risk. People have been speaking about risk. Risk has both negative and positive aspects to it. And we're already seeing in Sifco some of those positive aspects coming through. The KPI for the initial yield is 6%. Our latest acquisition resulted in a 7.94% initial yield. What does that mean? That means more bangs for our buck. We are doing well in the current market because we are in a very strong position. We are not a public gated fund who is having to sell property to satisfy people withdrawing their funds. We can take a long-term view and benefit from them divesting property at reduced costs. So actually, at the moment, Sifco has an opportunity that it's got to grasp. And to grasp it, we need to carry on with our investment strategy. So I will not be supporting this motion, and I believe wholeheartedly in Sifco as an investment vehicle for Mid Suffolk Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Yes, I am brought into mind a old proverb about grasping onto the tail of a tiger, and hearing the opposition come back to us with what seems to be a lot of positive spin. It does seem to be like really hoping that when Sifco does turn around and bite us in the backside, that it's either worn itself out beforehand, or that we're not around to actually be blamed for it in the first place. We have put an awful lot of, over the years, we have put a lot of positive spin into the way how we perceived it. And nobody likes to admit mistakes. Nobody likes to admit, hold their hands up and say they've made a mistake or error. This motion put forward gave us opportunity of actually saying, okay, maybe we didn't make a mistake, but maybe it's not right at the moment, and maybe we should look at looking away from no, it's taking a step back and actually securing ourselves. And yet all we hear is actually we've heard back is fake news, which using fake news is not the best of it doesn't put us in the best light. And saying that the Green Party wishing to being against building houses now wants to build houses. Well, social housing and the right sort of houses is not the same as actually wanting to put in the wrong type of houses and the houses for the banks for a buck. But yeah, I'm personally going to be supporting this motion. I'm all for being cautious and listening to constituents who have contacted us regarding the issues. When you get when you're seen to be willing to listen more and less willing to talk over somebody, then you tend to be contacted by more people, I assume. So yes, I'll be supporting this motion, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Sure. Thank you for giving me an opportunity just to speak very briefly. I'm also very interested to hear in these fake news stories. I've also been contacted by two of my residents. I wouldn't have dreamt of approaching residents on a topic like Sifco, because it's not, to be quite frank, in my particular field of direct interest. I'm more interested in climate change and biodiversity rather than financial property trading. However, it is quite a keen topic for many of my residents, and they are Conservative voters at heart as well, I must add. Fake news. Have we been reading the East Anglian Daily Times, the Financial Times, the Guardian? Are we listening to why the government is so roundly critical of these kinds of investments by these councils? Can we really just blame it on a small minority of councils that are doing this? So it's not us, it's the others not being diligent enough in their investments that have given us all bad rap. I'm not sure if I buy into that, to be quite frank. What is the future of commercial properties in town centres? Okay, I know we're not just invested in that, but many of our properties are. What is the future? We don't know. They might not be entirely profitable. Now, it's also likely that the government, in denouncing and condemning these investments, are likely to forbid them in the future. So, what is our route for divestment? What's really important about this motion is that it's telling us to pause the investments. It's not telling us to sell those properties off. I would also like to know, what is the promise that capital value will rise? I think wishful thinking could lead many people into bankruptcy, especially those who are borrowing money in order to make these investments. I think wishful thinking sets a very dangerous precedent for the future of our district council and its services. Therefore, I will be voting for this motion. Thank you.
Thanks. At the moment, we've got no more hands, but before we do anything else, we're going to have to extend the meeting, as it's going up for 3 hours, and I'll need a proposer and a seconder to extend the meeting. So have I got a proposer?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm happy to propose the extended meeting.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that proposal. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we will go back to, is there any, sorry, we need to vote. Is there anyone that doesn't want to do this? And then can you put your hand up? So I'm going to give you like 5 more seconds. Is there anyone that doesn't want to extend the meeting? Okay, so that's a no, and we're going to go on. So at the moment, I've got no more hands, And so if there's no one else, then we'll go back to Andrew and Rachel to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that was interesting. Didn't expect to be accused of fake news, and I'm sure those people that have contacted us with their very legitimate concerns will obviously now express them to those that are claiming they're ill-founded. I want to start my little speech with a quote, and the quote is that we have been elected to be the decision makers, and that was a direct quote from our leader of our council last week. It's not focus groups that make the decisions here, or consultants. We are the decision makers, and 50% of this House and a majority of the electorate, when last asked, would like MSDC to move away from borrowing to speculate outside of our own patch. So what can we do? Do we keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result? Because that's the definition of insanity. So let's look back at what we could have done. Had we reinvested the Sifco millions in delivering some of the 8,000 plus houses that we've already got approved and not built in Mid-Suffolk, we would have realised over £2 million a year in rent at affordable rent tenure level. Had we used a strict commercial rent, that would have been 2.4 million a year. We would have received £250,000 a year in council tax. We would also average £450,000 a year in new homes bonus. That figure alone on its own would have covered all of the costs of borrowing with money to spare for niceties like building our homes using local workers to an exemplary environmental standard. And the homes on our books would have increased in value over this time by around £10 million. That's not a paper loss, that's a paper gain. And had we built these homes, we would have not have lost our 5-year land supply for all those years. But of course, you decided not to take this path, and many of you were those very decision makers. Back in 2016, MSDC had 10 million in reserves. Today, we have 17.7 million. So we did not need to risk all of this borrowing. We basically tried to solve a problem we never had. So let's get back to today. We can move away and start to make that step away from the out of county investments and investing more right here, right now. The great irony is this week alone, we made the latest inquisition 48 hours ago. Great to hear it's a great success. But the great irony this week, we rushed around to invest in a building that has health provision, while one of our own Sifco directors lives next door to his nearest surgery, has had to close because it needs investment. This is so ironic. So today, I'm now wrapping up, we the decision makers and this House is completely balanced. So basically, the chance to take a different direction is on the shoulders of every single one of us. That doesn't mean we'll immediately sell all current investments. That would be commercial suicide. But moving across to local housing investment would, and disposing of current assets at the most appropriate time is all we ask. So today, be that decision maker, back this motion and deliver for Mid-Suffolk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you very much to everybody for your contributions to this debate, and particularly those of you across all political parties who have really dealt with this motion sensibly and well thought out in your comments. And just to confirm, this isn't personal, and you know, the advisors and the consultants and the employees at Mid-Suffolk that work on this, they do the job they're employed to do, and I'm sure they do that very well and very professionally. I was referring to it's the council's decision, our decision, that matters in this regard. And I am a bit disappointed about people invoking the words of the US president, because I really don't think that kind of language is helpful in a political, in our own chamber in Mid-Suffolk, and that using that kind of language just is not really helpful. Just to put right to some of the comments as well, I also don't think it's helpful when councillors wrap up Babergh and Mid-Suffolk's finances together. So, for example, somebody referred to 3 million across the councils, and unless you'd listened to the yes, you might not have heard it. People might go away thinking, oh, it's Mid Suffolk that earned 3 million. It's not. It's Mid Suffolk and Babergh. So, and that's over the past few years. And again, wrapping up several years, just to make it, the figures sound bigger. We really need to be careful of that and really need to be clear to all our constituents. And I think, as Andrew had said, somebody else referred to much needed income, but we've got £7 million more now than we had 4 years ago. And yes, John Whitehead has, he's been the cabinet member for finance during that time, but it doesn't take away from the fact that we have got £7 million more than we had. And so I don't think any constituent of yours or any resident would think that SIFCO's providing much needed income, because with those figures, it isn't, given we've got a budget of 10 million. And the last little point is just, if we're not investing in business, then I'm not really quite sure who we're buying these properties from, because surely somebody owns them and we pay for them somehow and they're bought. So I think we just need to be a bit clear about some of that language. But to wrap up, I would like to say thank you ever so much to everybody for your contributions. I think it's been a really fantastic debate, and I only wish we could be there in person, because it'd be so good to actually be able to kind of talk to everybody in person. And I'm really not enjoying kind of this lockdown mode, and I would love to be in the council chamber with everybody debating. But it's been a very good debate, and I am really pleased, as I say, with a lot of the comments that people have made, and that people have taken it seriously and really thought about it, because I think that's one thing we can do. Everyone's got the opportunity to really think about this hard and to be able to support this motion with me, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. I will now ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Office to take a vote.
Thank you, Chair. If members could please reply with for, against or abstain. Councillor Amorison. Councillor Brewster.
Against.
Councillor Byrne.
Wait, I didn't answer. Oh, you moved them before I answered.
Sorry, we'll go back to you. Sorry, Councillor, would you like to respond?
Yes, Amoroson. For.
For. Councillor Brewster.
Against.
Councillor Byrne.
Against.
Councillor Carter.
For.
Councillor Caston.
Against.
Councillor Eburn. For. Councillor Eppingham.
Against.
Councillor Field.
For.
Councillor Flatman.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Against.
Councillor Geek.
For.
Councillor Gould.
Against.
Councillor Guthrie.
Against.
Councillor Haddingham.
Against.
Councillor Hicks.
Against.
Councillor Humphreys.
Against.
Councillor Mansell. For. Councillor Mattison.
For.
Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Morley.
Against.
Councillor Muller.
Against.
Councillor Norris.
For.
Councillor Otten.
For.
Councillor Passmore.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pratt.
For.
Councillor Richardson.
Against.
Councillor Scarf.
For.
Councillor Stringer.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Warboys.
For.
Councillor Wellham.
For.
Councillor Whitehead.
Against.
Chair, that is 17-17.
So that,
do you want to exercise your casting vote?
I don't need to, do I? I don't need to, do I? So it's, anyway, so that has failed. Sorry.
It's only
Yes.
failed if you use your casting vote. Surely, Lavinia, it's 17 against 17.
I thought if you hadn't won, it failed.
Chair, if I can come in
Sorry.
at this point, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillors, we have a tied vote at 17-17, so the chairman can now choose whether or not she wishes to use her casting vote. She can vote in any manner she wishes, and if she chooses not to use the casting vote, the motion will fall. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I won't use my casting vote and the motion will fall. So moving on to the next item, which is it's got his 16, but I don't believe that's the right number. Sorry. Sorry. Where are we? All right, here we go. No, that's. Oh, right, sorry. Item number 17, MC/19/51, Capital Investment Fund Company, Sifco Capital Limited, Business Trading and Performance Report 2019 to 2020. I would like to welcome Christopher Hayworth, Chair of Sifco Capital Limited, Mark Sargentson, Sifco Director, Henry Cook, Sifco Director, and Neville Pritchard, Director, Capital Marks, Jones Lang LaSalle. Councillors, I would like to deal with this item in the open part of the agenda if possible. So can I please ask members to refrain from asking any questions that relate to individual tenants and the associated risks? If you wish to ask questions on these elements, please can you indicate, and we will move into the closed session at that point before returning to the open session to vote on both recommendations in the report. I would like to invite Councillor Gould to introduce paper this MC/19/51 and to move the recommendations in the report.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm conscious that some of the issues behind Sifco have been pretty well rehearsed in the last half an hour or so. But this is the business plan, and I'm pleased to support this report, which details Sifco's capital performance over the last 12 months and the proposed business plan for the next 12 months. The business plan is a fundamental part of Sifco's governance and ensures accountability to its shareholders. Sifco has provided the councils with approximately 3 million of net income since its inception in 2017. Approximately 1.6 million was received in the last financial year, equating to approximately 10% of the council's workforce costs, or if you like, 13.5% of council tax income. This income is essential in enabling the councils to continue to invest and deliver services within our district. Sifco forms only part of the council's investment, with funds also being invested in the delivery of new market and social homes and employment opportunities across the district. The council is due to start on site with the development of approximately 180 homes over the next 12 months, as well as investing in the delivery of 156 acres employment scheme in Stowmarket and in supporting our larger towns to adapt and thrive in the future. No investment is without risk. However, the professional strategic approach adopted by Sifco in investing and managing these funds for an income return has demonstrated the resilience of the portfolio, even in these difficult COVID-19 times. In fact, Sifco collected over 75% of the March quarter rent, and to date has collected over 65% of the June quarter rent, and consequently has been able to make the full debt repayments to the council in March and June. While difficult times remain ahead with the continued impact of COVID, the proposed business plan seeks to continue the investment of the second tranche of funds approved by the council last year, and in doing so to further diversify the portfolio away from high street retail, focusing on industrial and alternative sectors, and to continue to deliver and grow this important revenue stream for the councils and create a long-term legacy for the council. As the chairman has said, we're fortunate in having with us this evening our professional advisors and SIFCO non-executive directors to help us in our discussion and to answer questions that colleagues may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. So we will now move into questions and debate. Councillors may ask as many questions as they wish. However, they must be relevant to the subject under discussion and must be a question. When we get to the debate element, councillors will only be allowed to speak once for 3 minutes, and this will be timed. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to ask if these two recommendations, 3.1 and 3.2, can be taken as two separate votes.
Yes. I don't see a problem with that. Councillor Guthrie.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I've been pressing the wrong buttons again. I'm sorry.
Councillor Guthrie, are you there?
I am, and I said, I beg your pardon. I pressed the wrong button. I was trying to mute my microphone. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't wish to speak. I put my hand up in accident. Sorry.
Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask, bearing in mind that the our council has put in equity into SIFCO of £3 million, in addition to Babergh also putting in £3 million. I wondered if somebody amongst our board members can tell us what sort of value our equity has now, and what they think that will be at the 31st of March 2020, after having addressed post-balance sheet events, which the auditors will need to do. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I don't know if Emily Atack is able to help that.
She is.
Thank you, Councillor. So the equity value in relation to the properties, so the properties acquired on the basis of 10% equity and 90% loan. So the valuation is the portfolio is valued as a whole. So the value of the portfolio currently represents 90% debt and 10% equity. So the equity is 10% of the value of the portfolio as a whole. Each council holds 5% of the equity in the company. Does that help to address your question?
Not very much, really. The question was, what is our equity worth now, post the 31st of March, and taking into account post balance sheet events, COVID, really, and also I think if you look at on that basis of 90% loan, 10% equity, then that raises a further question of whether the loans, the value of the properties, will support the loans that we have outstanding.
So excuse me, sorry. So in terms of your question relating to valuation, the portfolio was revalued on the 31st of March 2020. So that was after lockdown had occurred. And so the valuation figures do reflect the uncertainty in the market at that point in time in relation to COVID and the pandemic. In relation to the capital and loan query, so the capital and loan borrowed reflects the acquisition costs and also the costs of acquisition, so the stamp duty and fees incurred. So at this point in time, the cost or capital expended is greater than the portfolio value.
Okay, thank you. I'll have to write that down and think about it.
Okay, we've got several more hands up, but I'm just going to ask for a quick break for a comfort break. So let's get back together at in 4 minutes, which is at 8:45. Okay, thanks. I can't turn any of my stuff off. Okay, guys, we're back on, and the first question is from Andrew Mellon, or the next question, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And can I just firstly say how grateful I was for that comfort break. This is really just a clarification on the answer that Emily gave. I don't know if she can answer or one of our advisors. Given the previous answer on the equity that the council has put in, could she confirm, are the properties worth more or less than the outstanding loans? Given that the loans are still outstanding, has that equity in effect disappeared? And in the basis of a strict funds flow, has the council received more from SIFCO than it has put in, strictly on funds flow?
So in terms of the, as I mentioned before, we have the costs of acquisition that are part of the capital borrowed. So that includes approximately £3.5 million in stamp duties and fees. So the portfolio, as stated within the portfolio value, as stated within the report, is in the order of 52 million, and we have incurred costs of acquisition of around 3.5 million, and a reduction in value of the assets of approximately 8% across the last 2 years, which equates to around 4.7 million. So in effect, the value of the portfolio is less than the value of the debt incurred. However, the portfolio does continue to generate an income, which does repay back that debt in effect. So even in the face of the challenges we've had with COVID-19, the income from the rental properties has been sufficient to continue to pay that debt. And in terms of the council's debt position, across both councils, the debt equates to approximately 25% of the rent roll received from SIFCO. And in respect of the just mid Suffolk, it's in the order of 29%. So there's approximately 3 times cover. In terms of the cash or flow through to the council over the last 3 years since inception has benefited from over £4 million worth of repayments to the council, both in terms of interest and capital, and SIFCO itself has benefited from just under £5.5 million. Does that help to answer your question?
There's 2 questions there that you haven't answered. One is the position of the equity, and the second one is in terms of funds flow, that is income to the council compared to equity gone in. What is the position, positive or negative?
Sorry, apologies, my system's struggling. So in terms of sorry, your query in relation to the position with the equity, sorry.
Yeah.
So
would you, okay, let me put it in another way. The equity that we've put in, I would ask, is that more or less than the income we've received? And has that equity disappeared in effect at the current trading situation?
So the equity hasn't disappeared, but it has reduced because it is a percentage of the property value in effect. So the equity has seen the same impact on value as the portfolio as a whole. So the portfolio as a whole has reduced in value by approximately 8%, and so has the equity element.
So that would effect mean that the equity has gone down by 80%. So 10% down to 2%. We've lost 80% of the equity.
I haven't looked at the figures in that way, so I'd need to have a look at the figures in a percentage term. But I'm happy to look at that outside the meeting.
Well, can one of the other advisors give us a real answer on that? Because I think councillors really need to know is there a net gain to the council? And I don't believe there is.
So just in terms of that point, so in terms of the cash flow into the councils have benefited from over £4 million of debt repayment. If we look at the income that Suffolk has received over the period investment, that's in the order of £5.5 million versus a reduction in the portfolio value of 4.7 million. So if you look at that portfolio value reduction against the repayments that the councils have received of 4.2 million, you can see that there is some quite close correlation between those amounts.
So the net income to the council, which has been trumpeted in the report, actually is pretty much zero.
No, that's not.
We've put in as much money in equity as we've gained out of it in income.
So this fund was always set up as an income fund. So we're looking at the equity element is the capital element. That equity hasn't disappeared. The council still benefit from a 10% stake in the properties. And as has been said in the reports and throughout the meeting tonight, the values of properties do fluctuate in line with the market, both up and downwards. And as such, that equity hasn't disappeared. It's just the value of that equity at this point in time is 8% less than it was previously. Henry Cook has just come on screen. He's one of the directors of Suffolk and has a particular expertise in finance. So I'll pass over to Henry.
So yeah, sorry, it's Henry Cook here. I think to answer your question, has the equity value been wiped out? No, it hasn't. Is it a lot lower than it was originally? Absolutely, because we've seen a big reduction in the value of the portfolio, largely as a result of COVID, but also as a result of the cost of acquisition. So every time you buy a property, you have about 6% in costs that you incur. So you immediately buy a commercial property, you lose 6% in costs that are not recoverable. But you do that because you get a decent return out of the portfolio. But that return is a long-term annuity stream. So it's not a one-off income. But we have had a one-off income loss as a result of the cost of the acquisition and then devaluation of the properties. Have they wiped out the equity? No, they have not. Are they close to doing it? Potentially, probably. But that COVID markdown is a temporary market thing. If you, for example, instead of buying commercial property, we'd invested in what's a risk-free investment, UK government bonds, we bought 30-year gilts at the same time, we would have actually taken a 20% hit to the valuation of that portfolio at a time when Suffolk actually took about a 7% valuation. What's interesting about that is that you think that UK government bonds are no risky, but you've taken a 20% hit, which is much bigger than we took on the Suffolk portfolio. But what return would we have got if we'd invested in those UK government bonds? We would have got not 6%, but 0.6% in terms of return. So what's interesting to me is that although the Suffolk portfolio has taken a valuation hit, relative to the return it generates, that hit is really, really low. And we could have invested in something that everybody else would have said is much safer. But in fact, our return would have been so much lower if we'd done that, that we would have wiped out all our potential. The loss would have wiped out all our potential gains for the next 20 years. Whereas here, we've taken a bit of a hit, but it's a paper hit. We expect that valuation to improve over time as things recover and the market returns to normal. Can I tell you how long that's going to take? Absolutely not. Do I think that this is a massive market impact? Yeah, absolutely. But what is really encouraging to me is actually the amount that that portfolio has taken in terms of a devaluation as a result of COVID is relatively low. We're still generating a big chunk of our income. I was really pleasantly surprised, given the impact this has had on the economy, how much of our rent we actually collected. We've actually outperformed other portfolios in terms of our rent collection. If you look at the industry average it's and Jones Lang confirmed this. It's below where our portfolio is. Why is that? It's because we've diversified our portfolio. We've diversified it in terms of the type of tenant that we have. We diversified it also geographically and in the types of property. And it's that diversification which is really key to ensuring that this becomes a stable income generator in the future. Yes, we will have capital fluctuations, but in the same way everybody says residential property goes up in price, well, it doesn't. 1988 in the UK, we saw residential property in the UK decline by 30%. What was the first region to recover after that in 1988? East Anglia. It took 8-9 years for East Anglia to recover. The rest of the UK recovered much faster. And that's why diversifying your investment away from a single region is also a risk mitigant and really has supported how this portfolio has performed. So absolutely, have we taken a hit? Yeah. Have we taken a hit as bad as everybody else? No. And is our income that we're generating in perpetuity strong relative to the hits we're taking? Absolutely.
Thank you for that. So moving on to Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got two questions really, but firstly, could I just have a plea again to councillors when they are, and in general on this business, this is Mid-Suffolk District Council's meeting, not Babergh's and not a joint one. So please, when we're kind of introducing or discussing papers, can we please just have the Mid-Suffolk figures, not joint figures, because we really should be just discussing our own business and not Babergh's as well. So my first question is to make sure we have that, please. Secondly, two questions I've got. One is just with regards to the admin cost, which I understand is 545,000. It says in the report, but I presume that's across both councils. I'd just like to know what the largest amount is. What's the biggest thing that makes up that sum, please? And then the second question is, there's been a certain amount of investment that's happened in the last kind of few years. So I'd just like to know how have the strategies changed with regard to the remainder that's due to be invested. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So in relation to the administration costs, the largest costs are the professional advice that we obtain in terms of managing the portfolio. So that's the largest element of costs. So that's our third-party advisors. In relation to the strategy, I'd like to invite the Chair, Sir Chris Howarth, to respond to that question. If Chris could come forward.
Yes, I think hopefully I'm now turned on, so you can see me. Yes, I mean that I suppose one of the whole points about revising the business plan each year is because we have to keep our strategy that suits the market as it is. One of the things that has happened over the last 3 years, has been pointed out by a number of councillors, is that the retail market has changed enormously. High street retail is an area where far fewer people are shopping in the high street. Many more people are shopping online, and that has hit the high street hard. There have been a number of councils, and this has been something which has rather confused the argument over the Public Works Loan Board, for instance, but a number of councils have invested in shopping centres in their area for regeneration. Now that's a very, very highly risky strategy to take forward, because regeneration of a retail, of a shopping centre in these times is very, very difficult indeed. That's not obviously what we've been doing at Suffolk, but as part of the high street suffering very difficult times, people shopping more, the industrial market, the warehouse market has been very, very strong, and there's good demand there. So at every board meeting we look at, we're looking at the market. We're lucky enough to have our advisors, Jones Lang, who are there to advise us what's happening in the market, and perhaps we can hand over to them in a minute. But we do revise our strategy all the time. The fact that we've now got the COVID-19 and the pandemic over the last few months has made it very, very important to real focus on the quality of the income, the strength of the tenant, the longevity of the income, and the particular sectors that we might be looking at. The food and beverage sector has been having a very hard time because of the pandemic. The retail sector, things have been made worse there as well. So yes, we absolutely revise our strategy at every meeting, looking to see where we think are the best opportunities to develop. One of the things about the pandemic is that there are some interesting opportunities to look at, and we will continue to look at those. I don't know whether Neville from Jones Lang would like to come in really and say anything at this point.
Yes, good evening, everybody. As Chris says, we do regularly revisit the strategy going forwards. And one of the things which has become clear is that diversity is key. High street retail only comprises about 15% of the portfolio. So a lot of the portfolio is diverse in the likes of warehousing and offices and other commercial sectors. So it has held up comparatively well, despite the difficult times we've been in. As far as any changes are concerned, the way we've addressed things recently is very much to emphasize the tenant quality and the income security, and the average lease unexpired is about 8.5 years across the whole portfolio, which is quite a long contractual income commitment, which will see the rent coming in over that period. And looking forwards, then we are trying to diversify, not to have too large a lot size, not to have too much investment in one particular location, one particular tenant, one particular style of property. And that has held up comparatively well over the course of the last 6 months, when we've found things have been tricky. But certainly, whilst the March rent collection was particularly tricky, June rent collections have improved, partly, I think, because occupiers can see some light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you. We will now move on to Councillor Morrison. Ollie, are you there?
I am here. Hello. Thank you.
Hi.
Chair. So for the benefit of those who might be watching who haven't got a business degree, I wonder if it's possible for you to answer it in this way. When is it possible to forecast when Suffolk as an enterprise might break even? At what point in the future that is forecast, please?
Thank you. So I mentioned in the paper that there are costs of acquisition, and we talked about this earlier. So the costs of the property acquisition tend to be in the region of 6-7%. And as such, it's anticipated that until we complete the investment period, we will continue to have impairments in relation to these additional costs. So the costs of acquisition of the portfolio to date have been in the order of 3.5 million, based on 6.75% and 100 million investment. We'd expect those total costs to be in the order of 6.75 million. And as such, we would expect that break-even will occur once the fund has been fully invested. The point just to note here is obviously the impact of the market on that in terms of the sort of capital valuation perspective. So that's an area that we're unable to forecast forward in terms of property values.
So we're unable to predict the break even. Can you give me a ballpark year? 2030?
So So as I mentioned, we're anticipating that after full investment, that the impairments will be completed in effect. But what I can't do is predict the value of the portfolio ahead of time. So I'm a member of the RICS, and that's the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and we are directed not to predict values forward because the market isn't something that you can forward predict. But what I am saying is that we would expect that once full investment has completed, the market stabilises. That's a point where the capital losses will be curtailed.
And when does investment period?
So the investment period within the business plan is proposed to be completed by October next year. So that's the intended investment period. Obviously, there will be impairments within that financial year. So I would expect impairments to continue until the end of March 21.
Can I just come in there? I mean, it's important, really. You're talking about breaking even. I think you're probably talking about breaking even in capital terms. And as Emily quite rightly says, it's impossible to predict that. In income terms, obviously, in income terms, then it is doing very much more than breaking even at the moment, which is why there's been a net return to the council over the period that SIFCO has been trading. So in other words, the profit, if you like want to call it that, over and above the income over and above the debt repayments has given, and I'm sorry for this to Councillor Reuben, I don't know the individual figures, but it's given £3 million of net income to the councils.
But that, yeah, okay, but that's not including the expenditure and the debt, right?
No, because one has to be. You've got to be quite rigorous in keeping the capital side and the income side separate. What you're talking about is the capital side, and as Emily has quite rightly said, at the moment we don't know when that will break even because there have been significant costs of acquisition, as I've already said, and there's been some write down in value.
Can you give me some kind of range of possibility?
I really don't think it's possible to say. I mean, as Emily has rightly said, when we have completed the acquisition programme, then we won't have any further acquisition costs. That will improve the situation. As far as when the value of the properties go up, then as the uncertainty of the pandemic disappears, which we hope it will, then there will be valuations will increase. If we're able to get longer leases on some of our properties, that will also bring about increases in valuation. There are lots of things. It really is impossible to say. We think in 3 years' time or 6 years' time or whatever, we think that the value will be more than the cost, if you like, looking at it purely in capital terms.
Yeah. Okay. So we can't say to constituents right now.
Ollie, we can't really predict the future, my lovely boy. So I think we're going to have to move on from this.
That's very patronising. I don't appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but we need to move on. Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, at the Scrutiny Committee, we heard of the amount of rent collected, the amount of rent that was going on a payment plan, and the amount of rent that was deferred. I made the comment at the committee that how certain were we about collecting those deferrals, bearing in mind that the economic situation is changing daily. And many companies, even real blue chip companies, are in great difficulty. I wonder, can you give me any information about the length of time that you've agreed for deferrals by the tenants in order to pay what they owe? And secondly, how certain are you about the likelihood of collecting those deferrals from the tenants, bearing in mind the economic situation at the moment? Thank you. That's a question to one of the SIFCO people, please, Chair.
I think, sorry, coming in there, Emily may have some better figures as to what we have agreed with the tenants, but I think the maximum is up to about 2 years. We are as confident as we can be that we will collect those those funds. They are obviously held under lease. They're under a contractual obligation to pay the rent. Now, there is a possibility that some tenants may go bust. Of course, that happens with any property portfolio. So really, I mean, I can't give any further information than that. I don't know, Emily, whether you have any more detailed information.
So there is some detail within the report which sets out the type of arrangements that we have put in place. I think it's at paragraph 10.5. So it shows that approximately 11.5% of the income has been deferred in terms of a monthly payment plan. So what that means is, rather than rent being paid quarterly in advance, which is the more typical collection rate, those tenants are actually paying their rent on a monthly basis, and as such we will be collecting by the end of the quarter a further 11.5% in effect. The table also then sets out approximately 4% in terms of deferrals. Those deferrals have been agreed on an individual basis, depending on those individual tenant businesses and the impact of COVID upon those businesses. As Chris said, some of those have been on a much shorter term, some on a much longer term, with the longer term being that sort of 2-year bracket. And again, as Chris mentioned, we are in a period of economic uncertainty. We are aware that some of our tenants may not survive the crisis, but again, you'll see from that table that's a much smaller element than of the portfolio as a whole.
I think it's also important to say at this stage, I mean, in times past, there's been very much a rather sort of adversarial tenant-landlord relationship. But as a professional landlord nowadays, it's very much a matter of working with one's tenants. And so therefore, when we've had if a tenant has come to us and we think genuinely that, they're a business which is hardship, then we've worked with them to make sure that that business survives. And that is what the modern professional landlord-tenant relationship is. It's very much a partnership.
Yeah, thank you.
For example, just to go on with that, Chris, sorry to interrupt, but some of our tenants have come to us and said, yeah, we want hardship. And we said, your business is functioning perfectly, you're earning the income. No, you need to continue paying. Others, we said, yeah, we can see that you haven't got the money to pay us, so let's work it out. Some of those ultimately may not pay us, but they're going to be a small percentage.
Councillor Hadding, we are on mute, I'm afraid, so we can't hear you.
The chair is having problems coming off mute at the moment, so she'll be with you as soon as possible.
Come on, my lovely girl.
Councillor Hanningham is having technical difficulties, so if we could go to Councillor Morley next, please. Thank you.
That's the video.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just wonder, welcome, Sir Christopher and Henry and Neville. Welcome to our council chamber. I wonder if you could just say a little bit about your backgrounds, and also in 10.9, where you say the board has considered the merits of acquiring 77 assets and have actually acquired 2. That sounds like a hell of a lot of due diligence has gone in there. I wonder if you could just say a little bit about the process that you go through for ending up with 2 out of 77.
Sorry,
Emily,
can I butt in? We're really wanting to sort of close this finish up at 9:45, and so I understand what you're trying to say, but if we could try and sort of move this on, we haven't even got into the debate yet.
Do you not think it's worth hearing the process that our directors go through in selecting 2 out of 77 assets?
Well, I can answer that fairly quickly. I think. Just my background is I'm a fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. I've been involved in property all my life. As far as the process is concerned, most of the opportunities we look at come through Jones Lang. They look at probably 500 or 600 properties a year and out of which they may decide that there are 70 which we might like to consider. As a board, we do have a considerable property expertise on the board, commercial expertise. So we look at assets and we think, I think you'll find that we bid on 17, I think, out of which we acquired 2. And the reason for that is that if we can look at a property and think, yes, we like that, we'll bid on it. But if it gets to the stage where somebody is going to bid more than we think it's worth, then we drop out. We don't just carry on and try and acquire it. So it's a process which works very well. And I think the fact that we only acquired 2, it's been a challenging year from that point of view, and we had only acquired 2 during the course of that year, because the due diligence is considerable in all aspects of the properties that we're looking at.
Thank you.
So moving on to Councillor Wellham. Keith?
To unmute. Yeah, I'm there. Think I'm there. Thank you very much. Could I ask, why is the timescale for discussing this business plan fixed such that we are debating it just a few days before the annual accounts for 2019-2020 are available? Would it not have appeared more open and transparent to have had this debate when up-to-date information is available, rather than relying on accounts that are 12 months out of date? That's one question. The second question is that following my request at scrutiny, I'd hoped that we would have seen in the business plan a reduction or divestment strategy. Why do you not include a strategy for sales of assets?
So if I can just address that question in relation to the accounts. The business plan is using the information from the accounts for the year end 1920. So that information is within the business plan and reflects the position this year. Suffolk as a trading company needs to publish its trading accounts with Companies House by the end of the year. We always try to publish them more quickly than that in order to be as transparent as we're able to be, and also so that the company accounts can be consolidated into the council's own accounts. So it's to fit in with the council's timescale. But certainly that accounting information is used very much in terms of the production of the business plan on an annual basis. In terms of your other question in relation to an exit strategy or divesting the assets, the shareholders have sought us to invest and build a portfolio. We haven't been directed by the shareholders to look at divestment. Indeed, in terms of the capital losses, potentially any sales at this point in time would look at realising those losses as opposed to holding those assets until the market is in better condition. I don't know whether Chris wants to add anything further in that regard.
Yes, I will. I mean, the board really has 2 very important roles. First of all, obviously, it's the acquisition, which we've been talking about. But having acquired the portfolio, then it's a matter of managing that portfolio, maximising the value of it, particularly in terms of the rents coming in, and that's something which goes on all the time. But as part of that, when one is looking at an asset and the rents are going up, and perhaps you then negotiate a longer lease, what you have is a value curve of an asset. And it is certainly true to say that we will be looking as the portfolio moves forward, and we may consider we've added as much value as we think we can to this asset. Now would be a good time to sell it and reinvest in something where we can add value again. So that is something which we do now. I think it's probably too early for the portfolio as things stand, but it is certainly something that we do all the time.
So we're just going to move on to the last two questions from Councillor Stringer and Councillor Pratt. So Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple of questions. In the original strategy documents, we were only investing in sites that could easily be changed in planning terms if things did get sticky and difficult. I just want to make sure and confirm that's the acquisitions we're still making. You were suggesting that rental income was tricky this March, but of course this March we had the prospect of government furloughing people, business rate freezes, business rate grants, and the eventual deal of the EU still another 9 months away. Do you forecast that the end of furloughing, or the phasing out of furloughing, the end of the one-off business rate and business rate freezes coming along, and the actual deal of the EU is going to make the end of the year harder to get the rent than March? And one other little bit about Risk Radar. Glad to see in the document it says you're going to be working with tenants to see if you can help move to a decarbonised economy. But in the housing sector, the government put the onus of bringing development up to spec onto the landlord. And have we got that risk on our radar, that the government makes commercial landlords bring their buildings up to a 21st century spec?
Shall I perhaps answer the first question in terms of the underlying value and whether one can get planning consent for alternative uses? That's absolutely a part of the due diligence we go through looking at any asset. We look to see what if everything goes completely wrong and we need to change the use of the asset. That's certainly a part of the due diligence and will continue to be so.
And in terms of the from a market perspective, whether it may be more challenging later in the year than in March, we are currently going through a world pandemic. There isn't a blueprint for this. We don't have a model that we can look back on and say, you know, this is what happened in a previous occasion. So it's very difficult to predict what the market is going to look like in that regard. I do wonder whether Neville Pritchard from Jones Lang would like to comment in that regard in terms of his experience in the sort of international property market and the view that's been taken there.
Yes, I mean, clearly there are some difficult times coming and some businesses will find it tough with, as you say, a number of costs which have been offset through furlough schemes, etc., potentially coming back on stream, and there will be more unemployment, we know that, and times will be more difficult for a number of occupiers. But that's precisely why when we're selecting investments, we look at assets which are good quality. They're assets which are let to strong tenants as opposed to tenants who are likely to fall at the first hurdle, and situations where if the worst does happen, they should prove relettable relatively easily at similar sort of rent to the ones which have been previously achieved, as opposed to looking at assets which have a artificially high rent, which could never be achieved again if the tenant failed. It's difficult to see which way the economy is going, and we've heard about U-shaped and V-shaped and L-shaped and all sorts of different sorts of recoveries. We're not sure how long it's going to be, but it always does come back. I've been doing this for 33 years now, and commercial property does bounce back well. Over the last 10 years and 15 years, property's outperformed gilts and equities. The beauty of property is that it's a physical asset. It is something which has a purpose. It has an intrinsic value in itself as opposed to a paper value. So fundamentally, our selection policy is very much driven towards being risk averse
And like I said earlier, we have long-term leases to strong tenants as far as we're able to find those sort of assets for you. And in terms of the selection policy, we talked earlier about how many assets we look at with a view to how many of those are actually bought. And that degree of selection is very much driven to making it as risk averse as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, this will be the last question. Daniel, you've disappeared. Do you want to ask a question or not?
Yes, indeed, I do. Sorry about that. Didn't unmute. And I will keep it very brief. Just to clarify, and for my own understanding, despite the liability of assets and the acquisition costs, from what I gather, you're saying that we're in positive equity, and because of this positive equity, we are able to receive an income from the investment. However, you may have already have sort of shed some light on this, but it may have gone over my head. The COVID-19 pandemic, there would have been a loss in capital. Has the revaluation of capital been taken into account when deriving the valuation of equity?
Daniel, can you still hear us? I think you've frozen.
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I was just wondering whether the revaluation of capital has been taken into account when deriving the valuation of equity. Maybe I'm sitting too close to the mic.
No, I heard you. Emily, did you get that?
So I'm not quite sure, but I think you were asking about the revaluation of the capital. Do you mean the capital value of the assets? Sorry.
That's right. Yeah.
So as I mentioned before, the equity element and the valuation of that equity is a percentage of the portfolio value, so the overall portfolio value. So the portfolio was revalued as at 31st of March. So that takes into account the COVID lockdown, which occurred prior to that date, and so that equity revaluation is a reflection of the portfolio as a whole. So if the equity is 10% as opposed to 90% debt, then yes, that equity has been revalued as part of that portfolio.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll now move into debate very briefly and quickly, I hope. Who would like to speak first? Andrew, you've still got your hand up. Is that from before or after? So, I mean, is that still up, or do you know? Okay, Harry, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. I had a few points I wanted to make, but I think just in the interest of brevity, I'm going to be, I'll condense it down. Just to say very quickly that I would like to thank both Councillor Gould and Emily for presenting that report. Which I think was very, very informative. And in particular, I'd also, and this is just what I would like to say, is just a thank you to Henry, Christopher and Neville for their contributions, because I think this has probably been the most informative, detailed and interesting discussion we've had about SIFCO. So thank you to all of their contributions. And if you would be willing to do so, I hope you'll come back and present more information to us as a council in the future, because I think that really better informs the decisions that we make, and I think that's really valuable. So thank you very much for that. And just for the record, I will be voting in favour of this motion. This report. Thank you.
Thank you. John, I see you've got your camera on. Did you want to come in? You haven't put your hand up, but were you wanting to speak now?
Is that me or John Whitehead?
No,
John Whitehead. Sorry.
No, I don't know why that happened, but Yeah, well, I'd just like very, very briefly just sort of say that I've worked with some of the CIFCO non-executives on the Gateway 14 project. It's given me an excellent opportunity to see their knowledge and expertise in action, because all our non-execs are true veterans of their profession. They each bring a lifetime's worth of commercial property evaluation and management experience to CIFCO, as well as a lifetime of good contacts. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank them for their work, and also thank Emily for all her own hard work on CIFCO. And also thank the councillor directors of CIFCO for their oversight and scrutiny. And if I was going to be pushed to be critical in any one way, I would just say to the CIFCO board, let's widen our geographical horizons across the UK and let's get this portfolio completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, quite quickly. I'm sorry that the really councillors and the public are being rather poorly informed about the business of CIFCO. I mean, we've certainly gone into it tonight, but I think broadly speaking, poorly informed because of the media releases that we put out, which are extremely excessively upbeat and therefore somewhat one-sided. And in order to make decisions, and that's what we're for, this has been said earlier, in order to make decisions, we need balanced information. And I'm afraid that's not what's coming from our communications department. Now, it's been pointed out, and I'm not surprised at all, that we are outperforming the market. And I'm not surprised by that because, you know, I think our professional team of directors and advisors are very good. I've met probably more of them than many of you have, although they are undoubtedly quite expensive, as has been highlighted earlier on. Now, what we haven't really been quite thorough enough in looking at yet is what the government are saying. And the government's in fact, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Housing, Community and Local Government, he said to the Public Accounts Committee, in relation to the consultation that was being carried out, that councils will be prevented from investing in commercial property and from accessing the Public Works Loan Board. That, we think, will stop councils not only borrowing in particular, but investing in these sorts of commercial property arrangements that are primarily for yield. That's the top civil servant of the ministry said that to the Public Accounts Committee of MPs. And I'd emphasise "and" in the middle of that lot, and from accessing, stopping. So I think that the government are actually going to deliver in due course what the motion earlier on this evening was seeking.
20 seconds, John.
So I'm there. Can we therefore please defer approval of this business plan until we've seen both the draft accounts, which Councillor Wellham's referred to, but also what the government's intentions are after the consultation. Thank you.
Thanks. So I'm just going to take Councillor Eburn, Councillor Mellon, Councillor Sarah Mansell, and then we're going to go to the vote. So Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just would like to, I think a lot of the points have been said in the debate earlier this evening. And I would just like to reiterate that, I don't have a problem with any of the advisors, consultants or officers. And in fact, I've had many a conversation with Chris Howarth and Henry Cook in the past. So what I do have a problem with is with CIFCO per se. And just to, point out to some of my fellow Conservative councillors, interestingly, it's the Conservative councillors in Ipswich that are against what Ipswich are doing. So, I think it's, maybe we should have a chat with them. But overall, I just don't believe we as a council should be investing in an arm's length vehicle such as this. And I really do believe we should actually just be focusing on our district and putting that money into our district and working there and not investing in places such as Epsom and Southampton. So as you'll probably all be well aware, I shan't be supporting this, but thank you to everybody for their comments and their work on it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. I think it's possible to disagree with the principle of SIFCO and put that to one side when we start to look at the reality of its performance. I really don't think we should go away from here thinking that everything is going well, or that if things are going badly, that it's all to do with COVID. Things were going wrong before that. Rent arrears were already up in the first quarter before we locked down. The loans are still largely outstanding, and the equity has largely gone. That's the headlines we need to take away. And on that basis, I can't vote to accept this report.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I just was a bit alarmed by something that...
You're very quiet, Sarah.
Sorry, I was just a bit alarmed by something that Councillor Whitehead just said a few moments ago, when he said, let's widen our net and invest across the country. I'm sorry if perhaps I've missed the point, but I'm pretty sure I'd read somewhere that we still were meant to be having a bias towards the eastern region, and the current split of investments is slightly more in the eastern region. And here we have somebody who's openly saying we should be widening our radius and investing further afield. So I'm sorry, that is completely at odds. We should be investing much closer to home, investing in our district. And I'm actually somewhat horrified that Councillor Whitehead made that comment.
Yeah. We're going to go straight to Councillor Gould to round up.
Well, I think, hang on, right, we've given this a fairly thorough going over, I think, which is all to the good. These are complex matters, and I'm hugely grateful to our advisors, to Emily and the team of advisors for their contributions this evening in terms of bringing both clarity and authority to the answers that they gave. So I don't propose to say anything more at this point, other than suggest that we move to the vote now.
Thank you. Great. So we're going to move to the recommendation, and we're going to take them separately, as Councillor Mansell asked. And so the first recommendation, 3.1, the Council notes Sifco Capital Limited trading activity and performance for the year to 31st of March 2020. I would now ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Office to take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. If members could reply with for, against or abstain. Councillor Morrison.
Against.
Councillor Brewster.
For.
Councillor Byrne.
For.
Councillor Carter.
Against.
Councillor Caston.
For.
Councillor Eburn.
Against.
Councillor Epignon.
For.
Councillor Field.
Against.
Councillor Flatman.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For.
Councillor Geek.
Against.
Councillor Gould.
For.
Councillor Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Haddingham.
For.
Councillor Hicks.
For.
Councillor Humphreys.
For.
Councillor Mansell.
Against.
Councillor Mattison.
Against.
Councillor Mellon.
Against.
Councillor Mayer.
For.
Councillor Morley.
For.
Councillor Muller.
For.
Councillor Norris.
Against.
Councillor Otten.
Against.
Councillor Passmore.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Richardson.
For.
Councillor Scarf.
Against.
Councillor Stringer.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Warboys.
Against.
Councillor Wellham.
Against.
Councillor Whitehead.
For.
So that's an equal split, and so I will use my casting vote to carry that, and they will make the second recommendation 3.2 that the council approves Suffolk Capital Limited's 2020 to 2021 business plan for adoption by Suffolk Capital Limited. Now I will now ask the corporate manager again of governance and civic office to take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Please can you reply again with 4 against or abstain? Councillor Morrison.
Against.
Councillor Brewster.
4.
Councillor Byrne.
4.
Councillor Carter.
Against.
Councillor Caston.
4.
Councillor Eburn.
Against.
Councillor Eppington.
4.
Councillor Field.
4.
Councillor Flatman.
4.
Councillor Fleming.
4.
Councillor Geek.
Against.
Councillor Gould.
4.
Councillor Guthrie.
4.
Councillor Haddingham.
4.
Councillor Hicks.
4.
Councillor Humphreys.
4.
Councillor Mansell.
Against.
Councillor Mattison.
Against.
Councillor Mellon.
Against.
Councillor Mayer.
4.
Councillor Morley.
4.
Councillor Muller.
4.
Councillor Norris. Councillor Norris.
Sorry, it's taking a long time to unmute. Against.
Councillor Otten.
Against.
Councillor Passmore.
4.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Richardson.
4.
Councillor Scarf.
Against.
Councillor Stringer.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Warboys.
Against.
Councillor Wellham.
Against.
Councillor Whitehead.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Sorry, Councillor.
Councillor Field.
Councillor Field, sorry, did I miss you? I do apologise.
No, you didn't miss me. I think I did what someone else did last time and voted the opposite way to what I intended. Is that my
You did vote. You did vote for. Would you like to re-vote?
I did intend to vote against. I just followed the person in front, I'm afraid.
Okay, we will amend that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Whitehead.
Still 4.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll use my casting vote, and then that will be carried. So that is the end of this meeting. The next date of the next meeting is Thursday, the 24th of September at 5:30. It's been a long night, guys, and I've got an hour's drive home.
Thank you.
See you all again soon.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good night.